Cool. We are live again. The grind to implement this is never ending. Let me link this in reswitched at Vape Enthusiast. Okay. And now we wait again. Yeah. I really need to come up with something better to do for the first 2 minutes of this than just like sit here. Yeah, things are going well. Hey, Dubs. I think that we are managing to be somewhat productive. I wrote up this big FAQ. Hey, Substance. So if people, hi Snooky. Hello, Chisilva. If people ask the question, what are you doing again? Good news, now we have this FAQ that I just linked in the chat. Hello, Solaire310. Hi, Gratis Cats. That is a bunch of names I don't recognize all at once, but that's nice. Cool. Yeah, no, we will give it a couple more minutes for people to filter in. But update since last night. When we ended things last night, instead of 2, when we ended things last night, I had just finished, basically getting SM to build. I needed to debug it. And I did a lot of that debugging stuff today. I have like 3 commits. There's a bunch of stupid fixes. I misimplemented part of the IPC protocol. And then I updated the rest of Stratosphere to account for the fact that SM is now TIPC based. And it works. It runs on 11.0.1. And so there's still more to do before we're ready for actually launching 12.0. I mean, the miscellaneous reverse engineering is actually done. I can check that off. But so tonight, hi Final Cloud. Yes, exactly, hey Debs. I'm thinking that tonight I will focus on getting PGL done. Hi Mises. And once PGL is done, depending on how long that takes, we'll see how it goes. This is like half done. I could check this because I actually implemented the core TIPC processing for Linux, but it's also not merged yet, so I don't want to check it yet. But yeah, no, I'm thinking that our big goal for tonight is to get program loader working. And of course the FAQ is full of memes. I mean, have you ever interacted with me, Adubs? I am like 80% memes by volume. I am all memes. I just love saying stupid things. Good evening, it's Angolora. I mean, it's 9:50 p.m. my time here on the computer. 80% memes, 15% oysters, 5% human. Yeah, it sounds like a very realistic mix, if I'm gonna be honest. But okay, let me pull up the page on PGL as a reference for myself. And I think I'll give it one more minute and then we'll get started. 7 a.m. in France. Yeah, no, the time zones work out. Just work out this way. But PGL shouldn't be that hard to port over, really. I mean, we've actually basically implemented all of the server logic. The only thing that that's really a thing is that PGL's copy of the TIPC server manager doesn't use message queues for signaling. And so if we want to optimize out the message queue, that is a thing that we are allowed to do in PGL if we so choose. And so I think maybe I'll get it working with the message queue, and then after that I will try to optimize out the message queue. Right? I mean, the thing to remember about PGL is that we're actually at a huge advantage. TIPC cuts a lot of code size, but if we actually look at this, or if I go to the latest update and I go to the Pigo folder, I appreciate everyone saying their time zones. kind of funny. So main. Right, PGL right now, official TIPC using PGL is 0x5 bytes, which is a huge amount of code, right? Like, that's fucking enormous. And it's just not necessary. I mean, if I look at a PGL right now, I last built this in December, so actually let's make clean, make J8. If we go ahead and we build Atmosphere's copy of Program Loader, we're still using CMIF because we haven't done any of the TIPC conversion yet. Suffice to say, Nintendo is deeply not competitive. Yeah, we are currently 0x33,000 to their 0x58,000, and their 58,000 is using the super lean server protocol, and we're using the super heavy one, so you know, we're just winning. Yeah, man, if PGL Loader and Process Manager were a single system module, you could save 2 processes and save so much space. But, you know, Loader and Program Manager should be a single process. That is a hill that I will die on conceptually. But, you know, heavens instruct, the children obey. So, okay. Unlike SM, where I didn't think we would beat them, and then we did, which was awesome, we're going to beat them, and we're going to beat them handily. And any optimizations we do on top of that are just super gravy. Right? I mean, even just in pure code size, with the heavier form of processing, we are so much lighter than them. It's like almost parity how much lighter we are than them. Following trims, yeah. But okay, let's just go ahead and get started. First thing to note is that this memory stuff, we will actually, I think, basically keep. I mean, there is some optimizing to do where, like, if it is a... If we are on a lower firmware version, we don't need this much heap memory. So maybe actually we do end up optimizing this, but that's something I can think about later, right? I mean, at the end of the day, there's some memory to save here by reusing some of the space in the case where we're doing TIPC, but we're so far ahead that I'm going to worry about that later, and I'm just going to focus on getting things working initially. This server stuff I'm going to need to move to another thing. Am I going to implement fake CMIF for PGL? No, absolutely not. We are going to service CMIF on less than 12.0 and TIPC on 12.0 plus. And I'm going to like union these servers, and it'll be fine. Hey, Tenebrio. So this stuff is going to need to be moved into like common library and logic. So let's open up Stratosphere and start moving stuff in. Stratosphere, PGL. PGL serve, API. Nice. It looks like the only thing I have is initialize. So what we actually really want to do is we want to probably, like, this can be moved into register service session can just be moved into initializing the server library. So we can just get rid of that. And in fact, I'm kind of feeling like all of this can be moved into the server library. Like, I just don't see any reason why we don't just make all of this, like, initialize and start the server. Right, like, I just don't see any reason why we should have separate functions here once we already have to move it into the library. So let's make this start server. And then also we're going to need allocation functions. So what we should do is we should do void initialize server heap. Are you Michael? Yes, I am. A perfect creation. And I should... I'm going to end up moving most of this in. Rage quit Snoop Dogg. And I'm thinking that we move this, we move all of this into here. But so initialize heap is going to need to be a thing because we call it here. And then also allocate and deallocate. So void start allocate. In fact, this doesn't need to be initialized server heap because we're already in the serve namespace. So we can just be allocate and deallocate. And what are the signatures on that? Void star allocate size of size. I'm glad that you people appreciate stuff. You know, I do my best. Okay. Honestly, I think that's all we need to do in terms of API changes. Like, pretty much feeling like at this point, we just kind of Control X this. BGL serve initialize heap. BGL serve allocate. BGL serve deallocate. Then, yeah, I mean, serve. Yeah, I mean that's it. Honestly, at that point we're basically good to go. So let's go ahead and start libstratosphere compiling before we do anything else. And yes, and then once it is compiled, we'll start making the edits. I just want to get the header compiled so that we can, you know, not have to deal with waiting for it repeatedly. I think this is actually going to be really straightforward. I'm not expecting much to be complicated in the porting of PGL to this. And PGL, for those who are unaware, is a program launcher. And it is basically, there used to be the service nsdev for launching processes. Might be process launcher, actually, now that I think about it. No, wait, there's the G for program. Anyway. And nsdev does a bunch of important stuff, but nsdev mostly interacts directly with process manager, which is super privileged. Nintendo went, wait, NS has too many functions. If you compromise NS, suddenly you can launch processes, and that's dangerous from a security boundaries perspective. And so they abstracted the actual access to process manager into PGL. And now this is it's its own process that basically just serves to make it so that NS does not need to have access to process manager. So that even if NS gets hacked, nothing bad happens. I think it's kind of silly, if I'm being honest. But, you know, I like it overall because it finally abstracts out process event observation so that arbitrarily many things can subscribe to process events. I mean, Nintendo only supports 2, which fucking dumb, actually. But, you know. So, actually, one minor snag is that we need to do this heap initialization after we initialize the HOS version, so this needs to move here. Yeah, no, process event observation is really cool. Nintendo only supports 2 event observers, and we like increase the heap size specifically to allow more. But because of the way slab allocators work with TAPC, I think that we need to explicitly set our limit. So I think that if Nintendo's is 2, maybe we say our limit is 4. Like maybe our limit is 4 to Nintendo's 2. And I think that makes sense and is fair, so to speak. If you happen to disagree, speak now or forever hold your peace. I can always increase it later if, you know, it turns out that 4 is not enough. But I think 4 is almost certainly enough, right? Because Nintendo has 1 in NS and 1 in CS. And so we will have 2 from Atmosphere, and that'll leave 2 for Homebrew. And it just seems so rare that you would want 2 other things. I think we're good with that. Also, something really entertaining that I'll talk about while this is compiling. So PGL had this limit of 8 sessions. But that was because this is a template parameter to the CMIF server. And what they actually allow is 6 PGL sessions and 2 event observers. And so they reduced it when they actually did PGL here. And now it's 6 because it's 6 plus 2. Because the session count is no longer like templated in the way that it was. with the older server manager. I mean, the server manager still needs to know about the maximum number of objects that it can service, and so that'll be 8, but it's just kind of amusing to me now. Okay. I think that we will probably do 8 anyway to allow for homebrew sessions. I mean, I don't think 6 things are talking to BGL. They're like nothing is talking to BGL really. So I guess that we will do 8 plus 4 instead of 6 plus 2, and I think that is plenty. But okay, it compiled, and now let's get to work. Stratosphere, source, BGL serve. Here we are, BGL serve API. Okay. So actually, let's make this namespace for the heap. And in fact, I would like to save memory, so I'm going to do some things that will be, you might call them a little bit objectionable, if you were the kind of person who finds these kinds of things objectionable. But you know what? Where we're going, we don't need rules. And so let's get this in here. Let's call this using CMIF server manager. There we go. And, you know, we have this, right? So fundamentally, we're gonna have a bunch of globals, right? But here's how I am feeling at the moment. Struct CMIF globals. In fact, I don't even need to do that. Union struct CMIF objects struct TIPC objects. Okay. Now, you might think to yourself, what the fuck are you doing? But I promise, this is the way to go. So I'm thinking, in CMIF, we're going to want the same amount of heap memory. And then we're also going to want this heap handle. And heap memory. Heap handle. But then I'm thinking, we're going to need a static slab allocator. We're going to need a static slab allocator for the session objects for PGL, because we can't dynamically allocate them anymore with how TIPC works. We could, but it's really awkward to do that. But so if I go to x1e23 and find the function that allocates these objects, okay, that's the shell event observer. Here we are in the actual main processor. This is like the inline slab allocation logic for the shell event observers. It just manually tries 2 of them. And so I'm thinking we want 4. And the smart way to do this is to reduce the heap size by just the size of like 4 of these, that we're not paying double for costs. Because we don't need as much heap in the TIPC case. What is the actual size of one of those objects? Our size will be similar to Nintendo's, so I'll just do this as an approximation. 5770 versus 57 BDO. Okay, so it's like 0x600-ish. Let's call it 0x800 per object to be safe. 4 of them will be 0x2000. So, you know, we just reduce it by 8K, and we have a 32K heap. We have a 24 kilobyte heap in the TIPC case. Instead of a 32 kilobyte one. Then we need the server allocator in the case where we're CMIF, and we don't need it in the case where we are in the case where we're TIPC. And then, you know, we can go ahead and do this. Shell interface. Now, go ahead and do that, and that'll be fine. And in fact, I think that we do this explicitly, actually. Struct CMIF globals. Struct TIPC globals. And the reason I'm going to do this is because now these are going to be type storages. Because otherwise, like, initialization gets weird. And by doing this, now only one will ever be constructed, and it'll be totally fine. And now, in fact, I can do constant it union, which is nice. I should have this comment. Just to allocate, how we like, how do we able to select events? This would choose once we will use a larger heap. Note that we reduce the heap size. TIPC objects are allocated statically. Okay, so that's good. And then also, you know, we want a server manager here. CMIF server manager, G server manager. Okay, that's great. And obviously, we're going to want to do CMIF globals. Get CMIF. Turn get reference. Oh yeah, I do. Thank you. Much obliged. TIPC globals. Get globals for TIPC dot TIPC. And then that should be basically good. This stuff we'll get to. What did we add to the API? Initialize, heap, allocate, and deallocate. Okay. So let's add these. Initialize heap. How do you feel about people suggesting TIPC to pronounce as tipsy? I have no objection. It's pretty funny. I'm not going to do it because I don't read it that way. But, you know, all power to you. If features get version, screaming call HOS version 12.00. Otherwise, I'd like to make this a pointer. I don't like calling get reference before the object is constructed. Yeah, I continue saying TIPC. Simple get pointer. Levels for TIPC. Yeah, it's fine. Get globals for TIPC. Get globals for CMIF. Okay, and now we can implement the common logic here because this is basically the same for both of them. Ugh. No. I really should pass in the actual object and not like the get reference version of it that assumes it's been constructed. And this isn't just for ideological reasons. It's because I have util.constructAt, which is like specifically for a type storage. If I actually look at the API that I have in vapors, include vapors util type storage. I have util constructAt taking in a type storage. And so the good thing to do is to take in the type storage. So, fine. I will not be able to do this until after they're constructed. Util type storage t globals globals.tipc gglobals.cmif. Okay. Right, let's call this global storage. Globals is reference global storage. And then we actually do the thing where we initialize the heap. Dot, I think I called it just heap handle. Yep. And then xheap, g heap memory, size of, or globals.heap memory. Size of globals.heap memory and thread safe. Should biggest issue with Twitch is if I minimize the aperture of my screen, I would disconnect from the chat. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Man, this is one of those times when like I want to do inline detection of the thing. Let me figure out how to do this on Godbolt. Deleting this. Input. Little test. Or rather, type name t, and this should return bool. Taking in some pointer to a type. And textbear requires int true false return false. Does that work? Requires, and this needs to be in. Why is this complaining about 3? Should be 2. Man, there's some way to do this, and I never remember how. Const expr requires. Man, how do you do this? I've done this in the past. Morning, Belika. Requires. Okay, it looks like you can just do an inline concept like that. Requires. Okay, so that appears to work. What if I do, okay, so that appears to just work with an inline concept. That's nice. And then let's try this. Yeah, okay, so that works. So in that case, const expr requires t begins on daylight savings time. I support permanent daylight savings time. Dot server allocator. Remove the G prefix from this stuff. Globals dot server allocator dot attach globals dot heap handle. Okay, and that should do the correct initialization for the thing. And then let's add some niceties. Inline lmm heap handle get heap handle, and then if pool is use TAPC server turn HRS version is greater or equal to HRS version 12.00. Okay, and this becomes if use TAPC server turn get globals for TAPC dot heap handle. Otherwise, this becomes get globals for CNIF.heap handle. That's nice. And then this can also become a TAPC server. Okay. We can delete this, and then get heap handle. Becomes free to XP get heap handle. And I think that this should compile at this point. We haven't set up the actual server manager, and we'll need to do that. But I think it should compile. And it does. Great. Okay. So now we need to actually set up the server manager. And initialize should become start server, because that's what I renamed it to. And I've done the thing where I don't remember what it was that I folded into this anymore. So now we're going to go check out what the code looks like on master so that I can remember that. Stratosphere, PGL, source, PGL main. It looks like register service session and loop process. Register service session needs to go in there and loop process needs to go in there. So let us do the old reverse engineering trick. Where we go ahead and see what we need to do. Because I want to know what PGL is actually doing in main. Okay, so this, and then loader initialize for shell. Then we've got an npm initialize for shell. Don't need to care about that because that's taken care of by our app init. Application extra thread is being done here, so that's the first thing we're going to do. And this initializes the extra threads if needed. This is like probably misnamed. What service is it connecting to? Okay, LR. And then LR initialize. So we've also already taken care of this. This is going to be NNFS set allocator. This is going to be NNFS set auto abort enabled. What's going on here? Okay, so this is register service session. And what is this? This is creating the thread. This is, okay, so this is initialize process control task. So to do register service session. Totally fine. And then this just loops processing. Great, nice and easy stuff to do. The hard part will actually be defining the PGL, types, I think. Okay, so registering the service session. Let's go ahead and do that. Service session. Loop process server. And you know, we don't need to add anything here because they will be in the same file, basically. Okay, so we want register service session. If uses, we use CRV server else. We'll worry about the TIPC server session later. I just want to get this, you know, compiling and structurally fine at first. Unless register object for server. Void loop process. Loop process was super simple before too. It was just g server manager dot loop process. And then we can delete these basically. And I think at this point, PGL should work, but not on 12.0.0 because we haven't added the TIPC stuff. So let me verify that it compiles. And I'm actually going to take the, you know, you might call this a little unnecessary. Oh, great. I need to actually make it use the globals. Same thing here. Same thing here. Dot server manager.loop process. In fact, I think that we just do that. Globals.server manager .rich topic for server. Globals.shell interface get shared. Okay. Also, this needs to be in loop process server. Nice. Okay. And does PGL compile? I think it does. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make a development folder for PGL and make J8 and copy pgl.nsp fe atmosphere contents 1.0.0.0.0.2 exf.nsp. Cool. And then when we want to relink, I'll just remove pgl.elf. Okay. I'm going to verify that this boots. And if it does, we will get started on actually making the TPC server. But I want to make sure that structurally we're all good. Oh yeah, man. I type this shit out so often. I know exactly how many zeros to type. It's not even a question. Okay. It's booting. Again, sorry that I don't have any way of streaming my screen. Atmosphere splash screen. Okay, we see the like black and white atmosphere logo. Heard a little ding sound from the switch connecting. There's a Nintendo Switch logo, and it looks like it has booted. Cool, it worked. So let me shut this down and get it connected back to the VM, and we will implement the TRPC stuff. Okay. Really don't want to scan my drive, thank you, Windows. I'm quite certain there's nothing actually wrong with it. Yeah, okay. That done, what we really need to do, remembering the number of zeros in my username is hard enough, title ID is another question. Man, it's not that hard, right? Yeah, I mean, Rage Quit Snoop Dogg was exactly right. You know, there's... I remember it as sets of 4 zeros, right? A title ID or a program ID is 4 sets of 4 digits. It's 0100, 0000, 0000, 00, and then whatever the ID is. It's simple if you remember it structurally like that. Okay, so we need to get a port meta for PGL. Let me go ahead and find the port meta that I had before. And we should deprecate the shell interface. In fact, we're just going to call this ICMIF shell interface. Because, you know, there we go. Okay, let's go ahead and define the interface, since we should have done it already. Stratosphere include stratosphere. PGL, SF, shell interface, and event observer. This becomes ICMIF. event observer interface info. CMF. Actually, no, you know, we leave it as event observer. What we do here is we do gl sf event observer. And we have a TIPC event observer, which you let me donate to you. You know, again, I do it for free, man. Like, no need. Do it for free. GL TIPC event observer. TIPC define interface. There we go. And I think that's probably fine, right? Like, little duplication. Can you show how you put it on GitHub? Would Miv be interested? I don't understand the questions, Angler. I mean, I have committed. Oh yeah, thanks. I don't actually understand the question you're asking. I mean, AMS SF method info and TPC method info are actually completely identical defines, so it would have worked. But you're right. Oh, can you show the private key to use it? I use to put stuff on GitHub? No. No, I will not do that. It's very funny. It's a very funny. Very funny. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna be less stupid than this. I mean, like I should just bite the bullet and have separate headers for them. They're deeply related, but it's probably best to have them separate. HTTP type to use anyway. I'm not sure. I think I just use some GitHub token. I'm actually completely unsure what the answer to that question is for GitHub. Probably whatever the default is. Okay. GL shell interface. Okay, these all become TIPC. This becomes TIPC. Can you show sep/sep secondary/keys.py? No, Balika. I appreciate you requesting to ask for that because it's actually very funny. But no, I will not show. I will not show the keys on stream. 0x1e23. Yeah, I mean this should be completely identical, I think. Yeah. But what about this? Because I remember they like remove some command. 10 is still there. 11 is there. 12 is there. 14 is there. 15 is there. 16 is there. 17 is there. 18 is there. 19 is there. 1A is there. And it looks like they removed this command 12 trigger application snapshot dumper. Which, like, okay, fine. We will not include a trigger application snapshot dumper. And then they have 20 and they don't have 21. So, no need for this. No need for this. And then let's, you know, adjust this. Again, we don't want any TIPC stuff. Can you just tree C colon on your host machine? Man, you guys, come on. There's no need for this today. And get shell event observer is not going to be this out shared pointer thing. It's going to be an out move handle on TIPC. And we'll do this, and we'll do that. Oh my god, stop with the 2020 copyright headers. It's especially because it's you, ADEBs, and I know you're just fucking with me. It's funny. I will grant that it's very funny, but come on, guys. Come on. It's not important. Okay. That should be good. This will be fine. And then this is actually already totally fine. So let's go back to SF. I have an observer. We no longer need this. And similarly, we don't need this. But what do we do here? I think that this is actually all basically fine. I don't think any of this needs to change. I think this basically just stays as is. Okay. Replement, but I can't test it. Write an emulator, Blakey. That's what emulators are for. PGL. Right, okay. PGL, TIPC, PGL, TIPC, event observer. Oh wait, I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to go to the event observer. Just want to include the TIPC. Why is process ID in the OS namespace? Is the kernel for concept of process IDs? The kernel does have a concept of process IDs, but there is no SVC : process ID type, I don't think. Well, there is, but it's just like U64. And it's that because Nintendo has NN : OS : process ID, and that's what Nintendo uses for stuff. Intriguing that we have it this way, because we have a shared pointer here, and shared pointers aren't really a thing. Man, this class is really weird to translate, actually. Because this shared pointer object is like very, very deeply a thing. Very, very deeply not a thing, rather. So I don't really know how we'll deal with that yet. Yeah, man, these accounts that just spam stuff. Let me ban this other guy too. Okay, both banned. Yeah, they're both banned. Okay, and then we do PGL SF is shell interface, and this is shell interface. And kind of sucks that these interface commands are the way that they are. Using object factory is this. Using object factory is this. Ugh. I think that I need separate interfaces for this, which kind of sucks. Add block term, want to become famous. Yeah. Okay, so how do we want to deal with this, right? Because this interface provides a lot of stuff through SF out, not TPC out. I think the way that we do this is that we do class shell interface common, copyable shell interface, non-movable shell interface, public const expert shell interface common, defaults, public, and then we implement this in like a coherent common way. So let's do this. Let's do launch programming. This will take an OS process ID pointer. It'll take in a program location, PM flags and PGL flags. Yep, this is fine. Process ID. Take out a pointer. Take a pointer. This is going to take a void content path. ICT content path size. Like that. This will take apple pointer. Isn't the default constructor based to the default? Yes, but this is still good practice. Bool out, bool enabled, bool out, bool enabled. Void arg, size to arg size. Get shell event observer cannot be common done, and this is not present in the TIPC, so I don't do either of these actually. Then I do this, inherits shell interface common allocator A. That's totally fine. Then we've got these, and then we have shell interface SMF, shell interface TIPC. Okay. Take this. Take that. Place that by that. That's kind of ugly. These are function prototypes, so the real way to regex this is dot plus like that. That'll match, and then this just becomes /1. Try this. Yep, that looks good. Okay. I think that's good. I think that's good. And we should probably call these like common, or even just impl, so that we don't end up. No, I'll just access them the proper way. That's fine if they share names. And no, I don't want to deal with override stuff if I'm like passing around generic pointers. Okay. That's good. It's good. Static assert. BGL, TIPC is a shell interface, TIPC. That'll be fine. This needs this, this needs this, this needs this. Yeah, no, regex is so useful. It saves so much time when you actually use it properly. But the event observer thing is kind of strange to reason about. Why impl? Is because impl is short for implementation. And this is going to be common. Like the body of this is just going to look like return this .launch program impl on out location flags and flags. And so in order to provide a common interface, despite these two providing stuff differently, I'm going to call this dash implementation for the thing. Because these are basically just wrappers or stubs now. Does that make sense, Kuste? This is kind of a tricky problem to solve, though, this event observer logic. Where is this actually used? Find name grep observer. Okay, so obviously there's a bunch in PGL where it's being implemented. Then I have a remote event observer which like uses a libnx remote. And where's it actually? Where is it? Like, is it used by anything remotely yet? PGL event observer. Yeah, okay. I guess I'm gonna have to union stuff, which is gonna be super gross. Private union didn't know you were Amazon. Yeah, no, Prism, I can't really avoid unions, right? Because this is, depending on the firmware version, gonna be one thing or another. Onions make me cry. Yeah, no, I completely understand. And TIPC does not actually have shared pointer semantics. Like, if you own a TIPC thing, you have sole ownership of it. And so I guess this is just going to be PGL TIPC event observer TIPC interface. And of course this kind of becomes awkward, right? Because if I want to implement a move constructor, what does that even mean? Face interface and TIPC interface. Like what I really want is like a tagged union, I suppose. That's kind of gross, isn't it? Let's see. Make you laugh if you stick them. Yeah. It's pretty funny, to be fair. How do I implement a move here? Bool m is TIPC. Okay. Private enum interface backend CMF backend valid CMIF TIPC. And backend. And so here and backend is invalid. Interface backend. See. No, I can't. I mean, I'm going to end up having to check the versions, but like, these are going to be fundamentally different depending on the version, right? It's going to be really complicated to reason about. but I think we'll make it work. I need something better than this. This is all like a pointless waste. I need some common event observer API, I think. God, this is going to be gross. And how will the destructor know which interface to use, right? Because this is a shared pointer, and so it needs to handle destruction. And that is a problem, actually. Is there any way to avoid this without it being like virtual functions? I think that it has to be virtual functions. But how do you do a virtual move assignment operator? I think I'm going to have to remove the ability to move an event observer. Oh, but I can't because I use it. Oh, no, wait, this is std move on the remote server, which is an SF type. That's actually totally fine. Okay. Anyone have any suggestions for how we should handle this? Right, because I could make this virtual functions and support both like a CMIF and a TIPC one. But that seems dumb. What charity to donate to? I recommend the EFF, or the Electronic Frontier Foundation, if you're looking to donate to charity in my name. This is really tricky. Okay, what are my actual requirements? I need get system event to work. I need get process event info to work. I need it to be movable. I need... I need to be able to construct it from either a PGL thing or a TIPC thing. Yeah, no, I'm trying to come up with an implementation, but I'm trying to come up with one that actually works, right? Like, it's not so much about making it better so much as making one that actually works, because, sure, I can do this kind of tied union thing, but then destruction is broken, right? Because this needs to have a functioning destructor. And you can't really destruct a union like this, where one of these is a real type. I guess I could do it with a virtual destructor. Yeah, but I hate STD variant. I really don't like the visitor pattern, Misan. I don't like that I use the moving, so I think that I can drop that. And if I drop the moving, I think it's fine. Constructor. CMF. Okay, we need virtual result get system event OS system event type out 0. We need a virtual results get process event info. Yep. Is 0. So we need that to work. And then class event observer SF. Class event observer CF. Then here we have, again, as before, non-copyable, non-observer. As before, we have a shared pointer. Okay, I think this will work. Kind of gross, but it'll work. That's fine, and then we no longer need any of this shit because we're no longer supporting moving. And then we do this. I think that we do final, public, one observer interface. Safe interface. Yeah, I think you're right. I agree with you. So I know the update that's causing the most work of any of our? Yeah, probably. It's just the most work all at once that I've ever really had. TBC. Yeah, you were right about that. Thank you, Masan. Virtual override. And I think that we basically copy these. So this is going to be an AMS TAPC copy handle. This is going to be TAPC interface, TAPC interface. I think it should be fine. Observer. Yeah, it could be a case for templates, but I'm not sure that I really want to use templates here. Okay, we can do a pointer here, but that kind of abstracts it an unnecessary layer. Can you make us able to watch Netflix on Twitch? No, sorry, I don't know anything about the Netflix protocol. So these are separate now, and then if it's not copyable, do I throw this out? I might not even need virtual functions. Right, if I remove the empty constructor, which I don't think is being used by anything. I think that the MC observer is not being used by anything, so I think that actually I'm gonna end up throwing most of this out. Okay. I don't know why I did all that. We are throwing out most of this in the first place. We're not gonna do virtual functions. It's gonna be fine. We are in fact going to use this interface backend thing. Since it's not movable anymore, that makes it a lot simpler. Like, the real issue is moving it, and if we just throw away moving it, get rid of this default constructor, which isn't being used. Then we have private interface backend. Okay, I'm satisfied now. Still, type storage. And these no longer need to be virtual, which is good because I wanted to save the virtual call in the first place. Type storage. I'm sorry if I see my F. Public observer by public event observer, and this will do backend interface backend TIPC. In fact, we no longer need an invalid one. Util construct at and TIPC observer interface. And then we do the same thing for the CMIF observer. Okay. That was really complicated, but I think it's fine at the end of the day. That should maybe an STB forward call, but I don't think it's necessary. Would it be fair to say it's based on a half-baked revision? It's not really true because they've been working on adding stuff for a long time now. So I think that's kind of a misrepresentation. Interface backend CMIF, turn, and CMIF. Kind of convoluted, but it'll work. Okay, I think that is an event observer class that'll work, and of course these should be impl observer by CMIF, observer by TPC. Okay, does that compile? It might. What do you lose by getting rid of move support? It means that I can no longer take an instance and move it to a different location in memory once it's constructed. Okay, that failed a lot of stuff. And that could be a big problem if I used it, but my grep said that I don't use it. So once this is constructed, it can never, its memory allocation can never change. I can never assign anything else with it. But I don't think I need to do that for this class, so it's an acceptable loss. Okay, where is this complaining m backend? Does not have a field m backend. Oh, really? Did I copy paste this wrong? Oh, sure. Okay. TPC get process event handle. TPC event observer has no member named get process event handle. Oh, right, because TIPC does not provide it in that way. Oh, that is weird. Okay. Right, because the TIPC objects don't have virtual tables. And so that becomes really, really strange to think about. Has no member and has no member. I'm gonna need to think about this. I'm gonna kind of stew on this as I implement the rest of this stuff. Right, because once we decide how we're going to expose this should work. But I guess the problem is that for like a generic TIPC object, we don't really know how to do the thing. And so maybe I will need polymorphism after all, which would be annoying. Right, for some TIPC service object, which is implementing the interface, will know how to do it. But that's not true for a generic TIPC service object. Okay, let me fix up the rest of the interface stuff in the first place though. PGL shell serve interface. Sure. Where is this complaining? Non-copyable shell interface. TMF, non-copyable. Oh yeah, sure. Then what else is there? Is I shell interface. Did I not copy in the thing? Oh, yeah, I didn't copy in the thing. Okay, what's the next set of complaints? Is that just going to compile? Are we happy now? Okay, that's positive. This is fine because we don't have an allocator anymore. It's too early for the hard philosophical questions. Yeah, I know what you mean. I really know what you mean. Okay, stratosphere source. PGL, serve PGL shell interface. Shell event observer. This is the thing. And this one's simpler, I think, because it's just two very simple wrappers. CMF. Fine. This goes like this. Wherever. By CMIF. Did I do that in the other place? No, I just called it CMIF. Yeah, it's fine. Maybe I'll add the buys later, Masan, but I think I'm going to leave it like this for now. TAPC, TAPC out copy handle, TAPC out copy handle. It's actually a huge pain in the ass to support both interfaces, like more than I was expecting. I knew it would be annoying, but I didn't realize it would be this annoying. Whereas in SM, we could basically just, you know, only support one. How come it homebrew on Nintendo platforms for single executables? That paradigm doesn't exist on the PlayStation? I mean, I don't know. That's a question for Sony, right? I mean, we basically do the stuff that we do on Nintendo platforms because we use Nintendo's formats. Actually, no. Why the fuck did I do that? Why did I just waste my time doing that? There is no actual cost to doing this. That was dumb. I don't know why I just wasted a bunch of time doing that. Yeah, no, that's... Okay. That should be just totally fine. Let me see how far this gets with compiling. Yeah, using leaked SDKs is not a thing that homebrew should be doing. I strongly recommend against it. I think it's more likely that Sony doesn't want a repeat of the GeoHot stuff that they had however long ago that was. And we wait for it to compile to the part where we get to PGL. How does the underlying SDK relate at all to single executables? Isn't it just fundamentally because it's about what executables the SDKs generate? I mean, fundamentally, the SDK is going to be deeply intertwined with the operating system. Oh wait, I guess PS4 is using FreeBSD, so maybe that's not true for not non-Nintendo stuff. I'm not sure. Okay, there we go. There's the complaints I was expecting. Now let's go back to the service API. And this is going to be GL SF, shell interface, shell interface, CMIF. Yeah, I'm led to understand that it is fundamentally, basically just modified FreeBSD. Yeah, I haven't implemented that yet, but that's fine. Serve shell interface. Okay. So where is that complaining? I like that these are like basically already just launching, just calling into other functions. But it's fine. Let us, you know, mostly rename these. Shell interface CMIF. So there's kind of a thing where I want the function bodies for shell interface, but the like function prototypes for shell interface CMIF. So I just copy pasted everything, and we will do it this way. Takes this process ID, program from host. This will no longer do .get pointer. This will no longer do .get pointer. This will be static cast const char star content path. VM flags. Won't do .get pointer anymore. This will be static cast const char star content path. No need for .get pointer anymore. Boost system memory resource limit. Yep. Correct. This is now a pool. So this will just be star out is equal to this. Yep, no need to do anything there. We'll star out. Star out is equal to that. Enabled. Hey, frozen salad. Arg. Okay. And then this, you know, we don't do. Then okay. Also, I should have to import all of these. I should make the other one shell interface CMIF. Okay. Program info. Process info. Sorry, this is pretty boring work at the moment. But you know, I can only do what I can. This git host content get info. Yeah, I mean, it needs to get done. And I appreciate the fact that I'm doing this on stream because, you know, it keeps me on task. Should the common functions be under shell interface common instead of shell interface? Should they? Yes, they should. Much appreciated, Prism. That would not have been caught until a compilation failure. So thank you for saving me one of those. Much appreciated. Much, much, much appreciated. Okay. This trigger ball type. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm happy to be doing the stream. Really am. And this I leave as is, and this I leave as is. Okay, and then I copy most of these. And I do shell interface TABC. I don't do that one. Then SF comes TABC. And this is a TABC move handle. And let's mark this as AMS support to do for now, because we'll get to that. Then I also need to change the constant references to just constant buffers. And did I make that not a reference? I might have. Did I pass that by value? Yeah, I passed by value. Okay. Let's see, does that compile? Okay, but not too many errors. Give shell of an observer. It's not a static data member. Not. Oh, right. Huh. Okay, that compiles, which is great. Use of deleted function, PGL event observer. Okay, so I was doing a move here. We'll see what we can do. I see why this has to be done. Okay, that's why I was doing move like that. It might still be salvageable. Let me look at this. GL, get event observer. Where do I use this? I'm not using it yet, but I am going to need to use it for CS, which I'm like re-implementing in the current development branch that isn't this one. To real allocator, yeah, no, it's a very me thing to do. But and this is fine, I think. Right, because the remote event observer is using lib and x functions. And in fact, in this case, because it is remote, we can do TABC out handle, TABC out, and we can just do the same thing here. When we do this, then we do set a value R events, and we can assert that this is both an SF and a TABC observer. And the problem is that we need to abstract this. In fact, let's just make sure that that Still compiles as far as it does. Yeah, it's the same error. So this is actually fine as being polyglot. But then, how do we want to do this? I need to come to some form of decision about this, really. How would I implement moving? Oh. Okay, that's fine. And I guess we do make this movable. Okay. Yes, this is fine. It is going to end up being movable. Let me go get the original swap code that I had. And I should do. I think it's fine to leave these as uninitialized because the interface backend will track what we need to do there. We have event observer, switch, and backend. Case backend TAPC. Okay, that's that, and let me look at the swap stuff that I had before. Stratosphere, libraries, Stratosphere, include Stratosphere, PGL. And you know, again, Singular, it's gonna take a couple days, right? Like, I don't know why you're asking if it's... I don't understand your question, I guess. I need to destroy the current backend and then take in the new one. Okay. The new version number will be 0.19, yeah. How far into you? Pretty far. I mean, I've been streaming stuff every night this week, basically. Oh wait, this is a constructor, isn't it? I need to care about this in the move operator, but not the constructor. Because in the constructor, we're making a new one. And so we don't actually need to care about destroying the current backend, because the current backend is undefined when a constructor runs. Constructor is a function that makes a new object in C++, basically. That's I can't really explain that. Makes sense to set the backend type destroy. Yes, I should do that. Thank you. And interface is move. It depends on the night. And I don't know, I've been streaming for like 5 hours a night-ish for this past week, which is a lot more than usual, just because I've been working on this in particular. I think that's correct. Do you stream anything else? Was it only coding? Just coding. I only stream my work, basically. Event observer dot swap this. I think that's fine as long as I implement swap correctly. Just want to get over for your make files. You just force yourself to work with them all the time. Okay. This one's fine, right? But here they might have different backends, and so I think what we do is we... God, this is so complicated. How do you perform a swap on one of these unions? Right, like I could just swap this field wholesale, like literally swap the object. Yeah, I do. But, fuck. How do I want to do this swap? Because it was easy when I was just swapping the interfaces, but it's a lot more complicated this way. What made you get into development custom firmware to begin with, specifically? Also kind of surprised you're not affiliated. What do you mean by affiliated? Do you mean with Twitch? That's just because I've never streamed 7 days in a month, which is a requirement for you to get Twitch affiliate. Like if you want to be Twitch affiliate, you need to be you need to stream more frequently than I do. Here is, I just linked in chat an FAQ that I wrote, and it talks about how did you get into this stuff. Definitely read over it if you're interested. How do I perform a swap? Is there any state here that would be broken by my literally just fully swapping the things? Like, if I just literally do swap the backends and swap the if I just do this, will that work? I am not sure if there's a way to statically do that. Right, like, I think intuitively this should be fine, right? Because if this is just going to be some set of bytes, right? This contains no internal pointers to itself. This contains no internal pointers to itself. Or, well, the shared pointer might. But, like, is the shared pointer a problem? I don't think so, because the shared pointer is just a pointer and a reference count. It's an external pointer and a reference count. It's not like std shared pointer where it's opaque. It's just fine. Because if we swap these, then whenever the right side is destructed, it'll just be fine. Like, there's no lost state here. I think I've sold myself that it's fine. I don't know that I'll have sold Misan that it's fine. But I am sold that this is okay to do. It's definitely dangerous, but I'm pretty sure these types don't have any... There's no way to get an internal pointer to one of these fields. I will explicitly check the shared pointer definition just to make sure that that's true. Heck, written in C++? No, Heck is written in C. That's about $5,000 better than Geeter. It's true. It's $5,000 better. Good joke. SF shared pointer. Yeah, shared pointer is a pointer to the object. And this is just a pointer to the object. Yep. That is totally fine. So we know that this is fine to do. Okay. I'd rather see switch case swap. But I can't do switch case swap, right? Because the backends might be different, Misan, is the thing. How do you do switch case swap in the case where these are different backends? Right, like if one is backend invalid and the other is backend CMIF, you can't just swap them. That's what I was struggling with. That's why this has taken me so long, is trying to reason around that. And so I think we're just going to have to deal with the object level representations, or the byte level representations. And I think it should be okay in this case. It's gross, but I think it'll be okay. I'd move into a third intermediate object, personally. And, you know, this can always be refactored later. Yeah, I own a lot of switches, List King. Remind you, added it back. I mean, yeah, like I have these two implementation objects, and then like I have a tagged union of them. Huh. Yeah, no, my tag union has an invalid state. Okay, where are things complaining? TIPC, I event observer. Oh, right, I hadn't decided how to do this yet. So how do I do this? Oh boy, okay. This is kind of a case for templating, but also kind of not. Right, because this needs to take in some arbitrary service object for TIPC. God, maybe these do need to be virtual. That sucks. I think I literally need a tagged union and for it to be virtual. Or maybe not. Right, because I can make this work by making stuff virtual and making this like actually, you know, it's a templated observer by TIPC. But man, how the fuck do you do that? I don't even know if I'm explaining the problem very well. Right, because what I want is for the event observer to contain the thing instead of having it be two allocations. But I think maybe I can't avoid it. This is like the third time I'm doing this, but I think that I have to do it this way. It sucks. It sucks, but I think in order to support TIPC, I can't avoid it. Okay, this becomes movable again, and I like copy the move logic. Oh no, it doesn't need to be movable. It gets to stay non-movable. That's one benefit at least. Does the move constructor? It doesn't. Kind of. It doesn't have to. It's complicated. It is really funny how much I've struggled with this. But that's okay. What is funny favorite? Do you love them all equally? I have one that is a favorite, as you might expect. I have a couple that are favorites that are like for specific tasks. P. If you know it's the source, yes, that's equivalent to copying it. Some move constructors are copy constructors. It depends on what you need to do with the object. TMI TMPC interface. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, now this should be fine. This is guaranteed valid by the fact that it's an event observer. That specifically means I can do those things. These become virtual on override. And now this becomes a lot simpler. It's not copyable, which is fine. We don't need this interface backend. What we do is we have a std unique pointer to event observer interface. This is an event observer interface. Like this is a destructor, means this will be fine. No longer need this. Double like event observer. No longer need this. Explicit event observer, this will be fine, this will be fine. Actually, what I really want is I just want an event observer by CMIF. In fact, I only need one constructor here. Impl, cd, move, impl. And then this, how do we do this before? Because now we can basically just take these verbatim. Yeah. Impl, this is impl. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, that was a lot of work. That was an enormous amount of work for what should be really simple. But I think that's fine. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for sticking around as long as you did, Masan. Movable. Observer interface. Why is this a problem? No matching call to this. Oh. Wait, where is this actually completing? Line 44. Not sure that I understand why this is a problem. So, and backend. Oh, sure. I don't need that anymore. Why is it actually complaining here? Has Daybreak got a new update or function? No. I mean, what new update or function would it have, right? Like, Daybreak is a functionally complete application. Oh. Right, like, we haven't done anything that would require a Daybreak update. I don't think Daybreak will need anything. Okay, so that's compiling now. So let's see, don't worry. Mission 20,000's name is supposed to be Mission 20,000, but they typoed when they were first making it and have stuck with it ever since. What compiler / toolchain do you use? We're using GCC, and in particular it's devkit A64. It's a toolkit provided by devkit pro that lets you just basically use GCC. And libnx is like this userland library we provided that makes everything magic work. And you can use newlib, but I don't because I'm re-implementing the operating system. Still funny. Yeah, so this is going to be pretty strange. This is going to be pretty strange to implement, but I think it won't be that bad. Right, because we have this remote event observer that will handle stuff basically no matter what we're doing. And so I think what we do is... Otherwise, PGL event observer, std peak. On the icon, but I'm also a graphics designer. Yeah, I am also not a graphics designer, in case it's not clear. Okay, so that'll do. And then do zipper holder. I think that's basically fine. Does that work? Does, and then on 12.0.0 plus, I think that we do Can we make this better, right? Because in the TIPC case, we don't really need the shared pointer. It'd be kind of cool if we just did like a straight wrapper here. Like maybe instead of having a pointer to it, we just like have it as the sole member. That'd be kind of nice. But I guess that we can afford the 2 allocations. But we want the lifetime of this to be managed by this. So actually, I think we're better off doing it like this. And then I think we do template type name args. Args, std forward args. Okay. And then this will destroy stuff appropriately when the object is destroyed. And that works nicely because now this is a single allocation unique pointer. And I think that'll do nicely. I think that'll do very nicely. It always comes down to templates in the end. Make unique equal event observer by TIPC. Remote event observer. Obs. Okay, cool. Here it says, do you think it's going to be ready? And it's putting you to tough test. I mean, I think we're within a few days of stuff being ready. I think he's saying, do you think it's going to be ready like by the end of the stream or something? Or like, when do you think it's going to be ready is what I assume he's asking. And it won't be ready by the end of the stream, but we're within tossing distance of it being done. Right? Like most of the hard stuff is done at this point. ETA when? ETA when? Atmosphere is not done, Zangalora. I don't know why you just said atmosphere is done when atmosphere is objectively not done. I wonder if there's some level of language like issues going on here. ETA never, but also now, yes. Clearly. Updating. Why? Am I inaudible to you guys? Right, like... I don't understand. What do you mean by updating? It's not released. It's not done yet. What? I'm so confused as to what's going on right now. Like, am I being obtuse? Am I missing something? It was done a few days ago. Yeah. It was done. Fuck me. I should have realized that it was done a few days ago. Super dumb random question. Why do you do a lot of code in header files? Mises, there's a lot of code in header files because that is a requirement for C++ templates. It is ambiguous between the two. That's fine. I'm gonna have to recompile everything, but it's not the end of the world. Wait, why on earth this is not a problem for the SF1, right? Because this is, because it's calling it on the shared pointer thing, which is translating it beforehand. Ta-da. I have a make file that does stuff, asterisk, that complicates everything. God, this shit posting, I don't even know what's going on in the chat with all of this shit posting code being released. It's not done yet. Like, James Star says, what's the link so I can download the new release? Needs to be an AMS TPC. But, like, are you shit posting, James Star? Because you realize it's not released yet, right? Again, I need, like, it's a couple more days in the oven before it's done. Yes, it's done. Stop lying. This is a pre-recorded stream. I'm running on the latest released atmosphere right now. What the fuck, you guys? Come on. I mean, it's very funny. I can't deny that it's very funny. Kurt, why do you do this? Okay, well, things have devolved in chat, but I'm glad you guys are entertaining yourselves with this particular brand of shit posting. I don't think I'm an AI. If I'm an AI, that is news to me. I mean, can't say it's the most surprising news in the world, but it's news. Cortana, is that you? It's unfortunate that P is so far into the alphabet and so this takes so long. I mean, again, I know it's just love that's making it take so long, is that there's just so much love to deal with here. But our brains are actually Power 9 CPUs. Nobody told us about it. My VM core count is 16, but I've just been doing make J8 to avoid overloading it. Okay, it compiles now. I mean, I guess that I could probably do make J12 and it's fine. I just want to avoid overloading the VM. As long as we're staying below 100% utilization, that's probably fine. Rename the files to PGL. Yeah, that would work. I could do that. I'm not going to do that, but I could do that. Okay. Now then, let us actually implement this port, which, you know, we have spent 2.5 hours of basically prep work without actually porting anything to CIPC, which is incredible how much time this has taken. Okay. Shell interface. I'm gonna need to implement this, but for the rest, it's pretty okay. Yeah, so everything depends on stratosphere.hpp rage quit, because everything needs the precompiled header for stuff to be fast, which means anytime I change any of the headers, everything recompiles. I tried splitting stuff out, but the precompiled header is such a boon that I think it actually works out better this way overall. I appreciate the fact that you like my voice. I don't think my voice is that great, to be honest, but I am glad that you appreciate it, I suppose. Okay. Let's get back to doing this. Using shell port meta is XX. I've been there, Rage Quit State Dog. I have really been there. Share stratosphere. I don't remember how I defined the port meta last time, so we're going to look at this again. I'm still waiting for your Chili in the Chocolate Factory audiobook. Oh man, maybe one of these days I will just stream myself reading that. I will just stream myself reading that out loud. It would be pretty funny. I can't deny. Shell interface. EGL serve shell interface TIPC. TIPC simpleton allocator, because the shell interface has no state. And what we really want is shell max sessions here. It's worse than the chocolate leather cologne I smelled the other day. Yeah. Okay. TPC server manager. Then we only have the one port meta. I think that is basically fine. And that is fine, okay. And then I'll have enough sessions for everything. And again, we do. Does that compile? And it seems to compile. That's cool. So what do we actually need to do here? Right, when we register the server session, I think in SM we like have to call initialize on the server manager. So let's do that. And does that compile? We're also gonna need to like actually register the Is it not saying that it's different? Is make update detection broken? It happens sometimes. And Rage Quit Snoop Dogg, you in particular are going to hate this. But watch and learn how an expert watch and learn how an expert fixes make dependency issues. Release. PGL. Server API. Cool, that's positive. And then how do I want to do this in the process thing again? Yeah. Yes, it very much does, Kitlith. It is so annoying that you can only have one precompiled header. You can only have one precompiled header. Is it possible to change the result of the system version checks and system values mid-execution? Atmosphere definitely does not enable that. I mean, you could, right? Like, the way that the system version checks is that it just calls like a SFC call secure monitor and then caches the value in a global. So, I mean, if you were doing stupid things, you probably could. Why do you ask? It's definitely not... I don't expose any API to do it. You would have to, like, add a new function to modify the global to do that, which would be really weird. Okay. Random process with system RW. Oh man, file? Yeah, no, it's definitely not file based. That would be horrific. Remember that we need a system version detection to work both in the kernel and without access to the file system, right? Because SM cannot talk to any services, and SM needs to know what the version is. So I'm gonna need to add this like register service thing. So let's do this. I have register object for service. Okay. Is it possible to DMNT the kernel? The kernel has some debug instrumentation stuff. We don't have a kernel debugger. There's no way to like attach it to GDB or something. There's no dynamic debugging in that way. But there's some stuff you can do like with logging to get a good picture of what's going on in the kernel. I am good at debugging the kernel because I've done it a lot. Yeah, the kernel debuggers mostly don't write bugs, if I'm being honest. I mean, that's just true. Will you finish by today? No, it's not going to be finished by today. Should I delete themes? You should delete themes before you update all the time, right? I mean, that's just good. That's just good practice. It's not finished. Don't mislead the new person, guys. Okay, so that's how we do it. Okay, I'm gonna focus on doing this because I can't even keep up with this shit posting. Yeah. TIX, void, industry ports. Service name and a size tmax sessions. How long do you think it'll take? Timescale of days at this point. Okay. Yeah, ETA1 clearly needs to be added to the FAQ. Which is surprising to me. I didn't think it would be this much of a problem. So one optimization that we can do later if we care is that these... Why is it failing? Yeah, our try HB, our board unless. Yeah, no, it really wasn't a problem the past 5 days. I think people are getting like antsy or impatient, which, you know, happens. One optimization that we can do if we want later, it's not gonna. I'm not gonna do it for the initial release because I'd rather just have everything working. Is this message queue stuff? Is not necessary at all. Unless there are multiple ports, right? Because unless there's load balancing to do, you don't need to have the ability for a port to add a session to another port, and so this can be really greatly simplified and not use this at all. You still need it if there's deferral, but you don't need it. Or it takes permission. It like activate atmosphere. Yeah, me too. Rage quit Snoop Dogg. Me too. That's actually very funny. But I think something that I might do later to save a little memory is to optimize this out. I mean, this is almost no actual memory here because there's like 12 sessions, and this is 12 uint pointer T's, which is cheap as fuck. But it's something to keep in mind. Okay, why are we complaining? Yeah, sure. Do you have vapes for your fishes? Yes, clearly. Okay. It's compiled, and so theoretically we should have a TIPC server manager at this point. Although we still need to implement the one thing. We still need to implement the one function that's not in there yet. Also, the new question, how do you deal with a test from Marika when there's actually no entry point? There is a hardware glitching mod chip that was produced for a short period of time, Akutaiga. It was produced by a company that has gone out of business because the members of the company were arrested by Interpol. But if you were around during that window, you could have gotten one of these hardware glitching mod chips. And, you know, I use that to test. I have it installed in one of my Mariko units. Yeah, I know you have a lot, Malika. Oh, I meant to remove the elf. Okay, how much bigger are we now that we've added like most of the TIPC stuff? Xerox 3000 bigger. Okay, I can live with that. We are still solidly we're like Xerox 20,000 smaller than Nintendo. I am super fine with us having that extra space since we are supporting both servers in one module. And let's go ahead and do the other thing, right? Because the other thing that I need to do here is I need to add the allocator for the for the event observer. And so let me go ahead and do that. VGL shell event observer. Yeah, it is. Okay. As clones don't exist? Yeah, it's because you need to like clone the FPGA, and nobody has dumped the FPGA bitstream. And also, I'd like to be clear that we are not going to help people make clones, because if you do, you will get like wrecked by Nintendo and Interpol. Yeah, I mean, again, the last people who made clones got arrested by Interpol, and I don't think you want to get arrested by Interpol. Shuttle event observer, yeah, that's fine. What do my allocators look like again? They get arrested for the mod chips or something else. They got arrested. They got arrested for the mod chips. Tenebrio. Like, they got specifically arrested for their like making piracy mod chips. I guess this returns null pointer, which I don't like. In objects, AMS subordinate, it's not null pointer. Okay, so that's fine actually. Yeah, no, we're totally good here. Well, they got arrested for making the piracy mod chips, right? Like, I'm not super interested in talking about Gateway, but that is very fundamentally what they got arrested for. No, Less King. They got arrested for making the mod chips. The hard-coded keys is like not even mentioned in the filing against them. Where was I? TPC slab allocator. Service object taking in a PGL, PC I shell interface. PGL. Anyway, not bad. It's a I event observer. I event observer PGL serve shell event observer. Yeah, there you go, Juxto. Trafficking and circumvention devices is the mod chip stuff. Source objects. Observer make sessions. Okay. Then I'm gonna need a little helper here. You are a criminal. You are a criminal, Rage Quit Snoop Dogg, and you should feel very, very bad for what you've done. You should feel very, very bad. We shouldn't admit to that in stream chat. Oh man, that is funny. Okay, how do I want to do this? I think that I just have this as an internal function. TAPC service object base allocate. And that's fine. And now anything that knows about them is allowed to allocate them. And then we like put this here. Turn get globals for TIPC dot observer allocator dot allocate. I literally cannot keep up with whatever like bullshit is going on in chat right now. Like, I'm trying. But what the fuck are you guys talking about? God. Allocator to allocate. If object is not null pointer, object set deleter std address of allocator. Turn objects. Okay. I think that's fine. Yeah, this is the beauty of Twitch. Chat eventually does its own thing and forgets about the stream. Yeah. I've never seen Godzilla vs. Kong. Actually, before I compile everything, I need to actually write this so that I don't fuck up. Emoji Movie is the only movie that exists. I disagree, A-dubs. There are other movies that are worth watching. Once you've watched the Emoji Movie, you should see Hotel Transylvania. That's an important one. You should see The Boss Baby. That's a really important movie. You should see Trolls World Tour. You should see Cars 2. You should see The Last Airbender by M. Night Shyamalan. Yikes, C++ on Windows. I too like pain. Nah, man, C++ on Windows is like a fantastic combination. Super recommend. So it's 10 stuff, no wonder it takes you to spend for you to get it done. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work, man. Auto observer is, what did I actually call this? Allocate shell event observer for TIPC. Let me actually see what's being done here. I think I need to add a helper here. Because it's probably doing SVC create session, isn't it? Yeah, it's doing SVC create session. What are the arguments to that again? Chat is a lot more active tonight than it was in previous nights, which is fine. It's it's totally fine. It's just surprising. Server handle, a client handle, max sessions is light, name. Okay. So yes, we do take the output handle. So this is like add a session object, which is fine. Okay, I can go with this. This is fine. What is this port index even used for? Trigger add session. Like, genuinely, what is the port index used for? Oh, and this is because this is doing allocation, isn't it? It's kind of weird. Because it's load balancing, but it doesn't know what it needs to allocate, and so we want to add an object directly. And yeah, it is tonight. It is currently 12:36 a.m. and I would definitely call that tonight. Session. Let's say that when we do this, we hit my vape. God damn it. Object. And yeah, let's acquire exclusive access to ourselves. Let us select the least burdened port. And I guess this needs to be results. Look what you've done. You get all the kids hooked on vape. I know, truly, I am the worst influence who has ever lived. I cannot imagine someone ever being a worse influence than me. So where do sessions actually get added? And like when we're processing messages for a port manager, what does it actually do? I learned about and started vaping thanks to Cyrus. Thanks guys, you're really making me feel good about this. Okay, so I think that what we do here is we add a void add session. TPC service object base object. We do this. Then I think we do this add session service object. Okay, I think that's fine. Session. Do I have create session anywhere here? No, I don't. Okay. Try. Handle. See. Handle out. Shit, I do. I can't avoid it. What order is this? Okay. Pull out false 0, I think. Yeah, okay. So that's totally fine. Hey, Val. Yes, this is fine. The session, return result success. Okay. That should work. And unless it's a pointer, turn out of memory. What do we even do if this fails? Okay, they allow that to fail. What happens if that? What happens then? Do they just leak the object? Yeah, if this fails, I think they just leak the object, which kind of sucks. I also need a way to add something to the Terra manager. So I guess we'll make a little new header here. Save tbc utils. And in fact, we can then move this out of that. And in fact, what we really just want to do is like, why bother with a middleman? What the fuck, Substance? There's no way that's true. I do not believe that I have that much influence over people's behavior. I'm sure that's just coincidence. Should I vape? I don't actually recommend vaping, although it is, of course, very funny. Memory. Okay, you guys are making me laugh. I will admit you guys are making me laugh. And now with that done, we include BGL serve TXT utils. Okay, let's give that a shot. Okay. Initialize the session. Session handle was not declared in the scope. Right, I forgot to pass that around. I kind of realized that at some point. Man, what is the internet law where, you know, if you are dedicated to parody, eventually, like if you do satire on the internet, eventually you are surrounded by idiots who find themselves in good company, I think is the quote. I feel like that is what is going on right now in chat, where like the whole vape thing was just a big shitpost on my part, but I am now surrounded by people who actually vape. No disrespect. I don't mean to call you idiots. I'm sure you're all smart people. I mean, except for the fact that you're vaping. It's whatever. You know what I mean. Very funny. Also, don't get me wrong. Atmospheric gases vaping. I did bring this upon myself. I can live with that. Belika, is that a serious comment to me? Are you actually asking if I don't vape? Because like I could see other people shitposting about this, but you shitposting about it surprises me. And Rachel was like, yes, that is exactly the quote that I was looking for. You might say, yeah, it was a shitpost. Day ruined. Yes, it's not just a shitpost, it's just an extended joke about a fan fiction that's particularly amusing called Chili in the Chocolate Factory. It's the same reason why I say fuck astronomers a lot. You don't let me shitpost. No, I hold you to higher standards, Belika. I could believe that, Rage Quit Sip Dog. I mean, it's really hard to tell where those kinds of comments originate. Okay. 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 Nice. Okay, where are we complaining? Results is private within this context. Oh, really? It's private? Okay. No matching. SVC IPC message buffer. So what is this? This looks like a different complaint. In instantiation of results, table base, event observer. Get shell event observer. Getter is always, yeah, sure, that's fine. No matching function called to get process event handle. Oh, right. This is the thing where it's the same object. I do in fact need this, because otherwise this is ambiguous when I attempt to take the address of function calls. That's fine, not a big deal. shell event observer. It's fine. There are multiple splash screens, Rage Quit Snoop Dogg. There's the SEP splash screen, but there's also just like the general atmosphere splash screen. And we allow you to display a custom bitmap file. Right, okay. CMIF, and then over here on the other side of the page, we need iVape. Yes, iVape. Okay, what's the complaint now? What is the complaint now? Oh, sure. Okay, why is this sad? Execution failed. Really? How is that not a how is that not a thing? Get process event handle. No, that's a thing. Why is this failing? Yeah, absolutely. Please no Apple vapes. Okay, why is this failing? Mission is iEvent observer, get process event handle T. With T is this failed. And this is checking, does it have get process event handle with AMS SF out copy handle? That's very strange. I feel like that should be succeeding. Am I missing something? Static assertion failed. But this static assertion was succeeding when it was this other class. Oh. Oh. Yeah, okay. And now I just need to make that public. Server manager. Add session. Wait, I thought this was public. Oh, it's not public in the actual server manager. Okay, I expect this to compile now. I expect this to compile. I mean, I know that saying I expect this to compile is very dangerous words, but I do expect it to compile. The backslash is in that one path sm.hpp. Where is this? What file is it in? Rage Quit Snoop Dogg? Oh, and the compiler output. Yeah, a little bit. That's just the compiler being a compiler. Sorry to interrupt all the shitposting, but who designed the graphics / logo for Atmosphere? Please don't apologize for interrupting the shitposting. I much prefer real discussion to shitposting at this point. And it was all designed by James, Jaames. But yeah. Haven't heard from him in a while. Wonder where he went. I think he's still around, just not interested in the homebrew community at all, whatsoever, these days. Serve shell. Okay, sure. I should have known better than to expect it to compile. It was something with the calling Atmosphere logo. I mean, you can do whatever you want, Let's King, with your own stuff, right? Like, Atmosphere is open source. You are welcome to do whatever you want, basically. It's not like I can stop you. Yeah, within the terms of the license. That's true. I assume that you were obeying the terms of the licensing agreement. Yeah, I mean, you're probably correct that it's not the best assumption. But, you know. I've been doing homebrew stuff since Wii U. Is the Switch any nicer to develop for? Yes, the Switch is substantially nicer to develop for. The tools are better. The Wii U did not get very much love from the homebrew community, and the Switch stuff is just objectively better in every way. The tools, I find the tools to be totally nice. I mean, I make the tools, so obviously I like them, but, you know. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. It's true, the Wii U did not get much love from Nintendo. 36,000. Cool. We are the same size. And I think theoretically the PGL supports TIPC now. I mean, obviously that's untested. Let me verify that it still boots 11.0.0. Okay, trying to boot 11.0.0 using this build. To get back to shitposting, please add IPv6 support. Yeah, that is not a thing that I'm capable of doing. Oh yeah, Rage Quit though, you didn't know? The Switch only supports IPv4. Cool. It boots, so I haven't broken anything too badly, I assume. Yeah, the 3DS not having network time sync is such a shame. Okay, it booted, so we're good in that sense. So let's take a look at what the output looks like for this, since I assume it's fine, but you know. I wonder why you chose Notepad++ instead of something like VS Code. IntelliSense chokes on Atmosphere. To be clear, I have a precompiled header that is almost 400 megabytes at this point. And I also work in a way where I have hundreds of files open simultaneously. And so, yeah, no, it's because stuff breaks. Like, I can't use VS Code. Also, I just like Notepad++. GL. Okay, let's take a look at this. Yeah, it seemed to be mostly fine. Sure, that's the event observer destructor. Sure. The actual operator delete to deallocate. Sure. 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 Service objects. Sure. That's fine. Deleting destructor, slab allocator, yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah. So what is this doing? Let me compare this against the one in PGL. This is why I choose Python 2 or Python 3. We're not allowed to bring that up though. I choose Python 2 because it's better, man. Python 2 for life. Okay. So we don't have that inlining, but then that looks roughly correct. 2, 3 is this. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not affiliate, you can't subscribe in the first place. You know, I've streamed so many times this week. If I stream like 2 more days in the next month, I think I become affiliate, which is hilarious. Okay, and then if it's command 17, tries to receive the message queue. And if it receives from the message queue, otherwise 4E4, 5011, 6 is equal to this value. Otherwise 10 is equal to this value. 2 is equal to, awesome, that looks totally correct from a serialization perspective. What about here? I just want to make sure that I'm like getting the same things as them, because I want to make sure that I didn't fuck up the command definitions. Why anyone still use Python 2? Because it's Python. It's better. Like it is literally better for my use case. 60010 30010. Yeah, sure. 20011 1001 012 13014. Just plain 21. 2 and then a bunch of zeros and then 16. 2, a bunch of zeros and then 17. 1 and then a bunch of zeros and then 18. 2 and then a bunch of zeros and then 18. Oh, huh. Oh wait, no, that's fine. It's just OX19. Yeah, okay. And 2 with the zeros is the output. 1 and a bunch of zeros, 1A. And then there is just 0x24. I mean, it's inlined in my case, of course, because nothing is ever simple. Everything is inlined. Because it's on LTO'd. Gets memset. Yeah, 124. Yeah, it's fine. Cool. Yeah, this actually adds it to the thing. Okay. I think that basically functions. I wonder if you could design a microkernel around tech/sun RPC. Please don't do these horrible things, Rich Good Snoop Dogg. Complicated. Complicated commit, more than I was expecting. Yes, FTP, Rage Quit Snip Dog. People still use FTP for file transfer most of the time. You know the FTPD homebrew that people used on the 3DS? That got ported to the Switch and people use it. Yeah, okay. Do you also have MUC? I have a bunch of MUMCs for different system versions, Zangalora. Okay. So that's that. These changes. Man, we are really getting down to the thing. There's these misc changes are all that's really left. I mean, I need to do this. Let me just do the TIPC shit for PGL right now. PGL serve. GNU / Mesosphere when? Yeah, man, I know, right? You install the launcher in a Switch. We released exploits. If you have to have one of the like original models from before July or summer of 2018, and then you just plug in a USB cable to it and run our exploit. .cmif. I have some logic for SMM here. TP service creation needs some work, to be honest. Whatever. PGL. So I buy one right now, there's no way to install Homebrew? Yeah, pretty much. You would need to get one of the older hackable models on eBay, sadly. It is an unfortunate reality. I always wondered, do you have to use Hackate when you boot, or is it okay to just bypass and not use it all? I don't use Hackate in the first place. I use Fuse to boot, which is Atmosphere's official bootloader. So yeah, you definitely don't have to use Hackate since I don't use Hackate. Okay. That'll do. Oh, is there no persistent code execution? There isn't even persistent code execution on the old models metaconstructs. Like, to be clear, you have to, like, there's no way to get persistent code execution on the old models. You have to inject the exploit every time. To use iOS terminology, we have a tethered cold boot exploit. It's not untethered. It does damage twice as fast. Yeah, it's, you know, we're a lot slower in Fuse, and I have no issues with that. Okay. Service, PGL get service session, TAPC void, and at gpglserve.tapc .snaf. In bool. If use TAPC, dispatch in serve command ID in, else return this. How do I take in this union? Why do these even take in a service parameter? That's really weird. There should now be a union of a service and a TAPC service. Yeah, I don't really know why we are doing that. gpglserve dot TAPC dot CMF. We're stabbing. You know, all things are violent if you are willing to let them be violent. TAPC is pretty nice overall. It actually seems to have been a lot more work than 11.0. Yes, 11.0.0 did not implement a new IPC protocol. Like, implementing this new IPC protocol has been so much fucking work. Like, it should be evident from the amount of time that I spent on stream working on it, which is now at, like, what, 5 plus 5 plus 3 plus now 3.5? Like, I've spent between 15 and 20 hours working on it on stream, and I've spent more time off stream working on it. It should be evident that it is an enormous amount of work. Have you gone through the 15 functions on the kernel yet? The kernel has been done for forever. I finished that on like the first day. The kernel is like completely done. Kernel is totally updated. This is also kind of boring work. I apologize for the fact that this is boring work. But you know, you can't really make this more exciting. Because fundamentally, this is just, you know, taking all of these things that used CMIF and then making them use TIPC. Yeah, exactly. Rage Quit Snoop Dogg. I wish I remembered my place in Worm. Man, I'm sorry for your loss. I also wish you had remembered your place in Worm because that book is so good. I've been reading his new work, Pale, a lot recently, and it's really fantastic. I've really, really been enjoying it. Glad it's been entertaining. I mean, I've also been entertained. Yeah, I know. This was removed, so I should get the thing. Yeah, read Chili in the Chocolate Factory if you really want to understand my stupid jokes. Well, I just be able to read it on stream. Yeah, I know, right? Lurk for a second, I believe you missed a rename on one of the service divisions of TIPC dispatch. Did I? Do you know which one? If it's this one, this command isn't implemented in TIPC, and so I don't need to do anything for it. Service TIPC. Thank you. Much obliged, easy peasy streams. Yeah, no, I super appreciate it. If PGL should use TIPC. Okay, let's see if that works. Great. Who's complaining? Oh, PHF main inbull. Where's this? Right, I removed the argument of that. This module at the same time. Okay, where is this on line? Line 79. I missed another one. Oh yeah, did I forget to implement out objects in TIPC? I think I did. Oh well. Handles. Okay, yeah. The set, dispatch out objects. Yeah, this is basically fine. Okay. Response. Oh yeah, this is gonna need to be a TIPC service. Yes, thank you. I just spotted that too. Much obliged there. TIPC service. Out objects. And we have this like git move handle thing again, but it's kind of weird. Pasta's not my favorite pasta. Yeah, I know, right? Create out objects I and TIPC response git move handle. Okay. I think it should be okay. Yeah, right. Okay, now we wait for it to compile. Seems like it compiled though, so that is good news. Night, Kitlith. VI.2, there's a good editor in this OS. Listen, I've been led to believe that the only good editor is Nano. How do you feel about that, Rage Quit Snoop Dogg? Because I am very much led to believe that the only good editor is Nano. Yeah, okay. Convert to push. Okay, and that is that. Okay, let me. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. That's done. What's left? Right, there's like version numbers and shit. ERPT has API changes that I need to do. Update version numbers. I think this is basically done, isn't it? Right, like, what version numbers do I need to update? I don't think I have any version numbers that I need to update. I already updated Atmosphere to 0.19.0. I already added the like new stuff to recognize 12.0.0. I think that's basically done. What new ERPT API changes? Right, like, if I try to run this on 12.0.0 right now, I don't think it actually works. But like, if I think it's built, right? Like it's fine. Yeah. If I go to PGL, this, I remove PGL.elf, and then I make J12 and copy PGL.nsp e atmosphere contents 100.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0 Do we need a test dummy? I do not need a test dummy. I do the testing myself. Don't worry about that. I'm going to update my console to see to 12.0 and see what happens. My bet is that something gives a fatal error when ERBT fails to respond, or like when the man in the middle for file system services fails. But let's go ahead and see what happens. I'm going to need to update because my console is still on 11.0.1. We're booting right now. Yeah, no, if you want stuff to be faster, catch my mistakes and tell me when you see them. Okay. Settings. My Bluetooth UART thing works, but my my like hardware mod UART is broken. The Bluetooth UART thing kind of sucks though. It stops working partway into boot when the Bluetooth thing starts getting used by other system components, and it also is 115 kilobaud, whereas the hardware mod is 2 megabaud. And 2 megabaud is substantially better for debugging than 115 kilobaud. Okay. Yep, that's what I expected. It booted pretty far, and then, 0x815 in program 0000035. What program ID is that? It didn't fail on what I thought it would fail, and it got pretty far into boot, though. It, like, got to the Nintendo Switch logo. So we're getting close. GRC failed to get a thing, and what is that error code? Error codes switch brew 0x815 service already registered. Really? Are things getting launched multiple times or something? That doesn't make any sense. Very intriguing that GRC would say service is already registered. I wonder if there's some error in SM when it's taking in stuff via TIPC instead of SM. Yeah, no, that's deeply intriguing. Well, it can't be PGL choking, right? Because this is GRC and it's an SM error code. Offhand, I'm not totally sure. Man, that is super weird, actually. I mean, I guess. Welcome to what I call debugging hell. Stratosphere user service. Right, if it's returning 0x815, that's, let me actually look at what I call that error code. Sphere and libraries, lib vapors include. We're getting close to it booting. Like, I did not expect it to get this far. Vapors, results, SM results, or yeah, SM. Or already registered, okay, cool, easy. Stratosphere, SM, source, the grab registered. What causes that? Hazmat in the middle. I am almost entirely certain that it's not this. Could be register service simple. Obviously, it could be a register service. Install man in the middle is one thing. Okay, so it's probably here, I think, or here. Here's what we're gonna do. If service info service okay. This is how I actually do debugging, guys. I apologize for the fact that you are being left behind this curtain and it's all cancer. Yeah, I'm sure we've all done worse. Don't worry, if I need to do real debugging, I will do real debugging on screen. You guys will get to see me do real debugging, which is much worse than this. Much worse than this. Okay. Let us go ahead and see what that complains about. Booting now. And nothing like the good old reboot testing cycle, truly. In terms of timing, we're almost 4 hours into the stream. Let's say that this will be, at most, a 5.5 hour stream. I won't stream longer than 5.5 hours. Okay, cool. We got the data aborts, and the error report is 129327CP. 129327CP, 1, 2, 3, okay. Disconnect. Tools, speechless SD card. Atmosphere. Middle errors. 129372CP. Yes. And it is registering GRC:D, but it already has that. Okay. Intriguing. not really sure why this would be happening. So I guess we're going to go into real debugging mode. Congratulations, welcome to the ride. I apologize for what you are about to observe. This is definitely a thing. It's definitely doing this. On-client disconnect, does this free the service infos? Yeah, res service simple does the thing. Okay, fuck. I hate doing this. Let me find where I was debugging. Static asserts. Okay. Horizon is very much not Linux. It's not Linux at all. It is entirely proprietary. Yes, it is a completely custom microkernel. think there's any chance of a new OS family catching on, i9 Windows or POSIX. I would love to see that happen, but it seems unlikely to me entirely on the grounds that, there is so much enterprise infrastructure invested in the existing OSs that it's hard to imagine enterprise moving on, and without enterprise, it's hard to imagine anything meaningful happening. I would love to see that happen, though. Temple OS becoming mainstream soon. That's the dream. God, I got this advertisement on 4chan a couple of weeks ago that was trying to get me to purchase, and I quote, a Temple OS Giga Chad bomber jacket. It was like the most absurd advertisement I've ever seen. And, like, what kind of person goes, yeah, you know what I'm going to do with my time? I'm going to build a Temple OS Giga Chad bomber jacket. Okay, it appears that I've rebooted to RCM. Yes, Temple OS Giga Chad. Of course I bought one, Tenebrio. Do you think I'm some kind of hack? Of course I purchased one. It hasn't arrived yet. You think I'm going to see an advertisement for a Giga Chad Temple OS bomber jacket and I'm not going to buy one? You don't know me. Yeah, no, I would never miss a chance like that. You'd marry at 12 support would have been done by now. Tools, USB SD card. No, I got that ad on 4chan. It was when I was browsing HBG. Okay, iramd.bin. Okay. We're registering all these services. And it looks like nvdebugd is unregistered at some point, which is fascinating. GRCD is registered, GRCC is registered, and then GRCD is registered again. Okay. That's really interesting. What the fuck? Let's check some things in the official SM kit. Is GRC getting started twice? That's a good question. But I don't really see how... Oh, on the 4chan half, sure. I don't differentiate 4chan and 4channel. But sure, yes. You're correct about that. It is the 4channel half. Is it possible that GRC is getting started twice? I don't know. I don't see if I can have it. Wait, did boot 2 change? That is a really good observation, Rage Quit Snoop Dogg. Thank you. Let me check that. Because if boot 2 no longer launches GRC, that would totally explain it. Documents, sys updates. Here we go. I wonder if like AM launches it now. 35. See. Main. Went too far. I like didn't even diff boot too because I didn't expect it to change. Like I'll be honest, I did not diff boot too. I just figured it wouldn't change. Silly me. Oh wait, why did I open GRC? I had the brain cross there. I didn't even realize that I was opening GRC. That's deeply funny. Okay. Sure. Launches 21, launches 09, launches 06, launches 1D, launches 0A, 1A, 07. If force maintenance, it does this. However, we want to assume not maintenance. For 38, it launches all of these titles. And so, keyword A, 38. Okay, let's see, 23. Huh. Yeah, it appears that it no longer launches GRC. Neat. Very neat. Let's just check the list of what it launches to make sure that we're accurate. This is going to be very boring work, but you know, answer it's solved now. We just need to figure out what the fuck. Okay, so the pre-programs are PSC. Let me see this. 21, 9 is settings, 6 is USB. Settings, USB, yep. What's 21? PSC, yep, that's in there. 1D is PCIe, yep. 0A, 1A, 07. 0A, bus, 1A, PCV. Bus and PCV, yep. And then I think they launched TMA, but that's not actually a requirement. 07, yeah, that's TMA, so that's not a requirement. Man, super interesting. And 23 is AM, I think. Yep. AM, 19 is NS. The order is different now. Oh, no, wait. 19 is NV services, 1F is NS. 1C will be NVN Flinger. Yep. 2D, 42, and F. Something, something in S. Yep, okay, I assume that's the same. 1, 5, 10, 13. Log Manager, yep. PPC, yep. PTM, yep. HID. Is HID 14? No, it's audio. Okay, where'd I go wrong? Well, 5 is definitely Log Manager. PPC. Oh, right, because PTM doesn't exist anymore. They got rid of it a while ago, and it's now system data. Man, that's so weird. It's so weird. Where was GRC launched before? It's launched like right at the end. It was migration in GCT, or OLC rather, in GCT. What is 0E? Friends, OCN 030, friends bcat, and error upload. Friends, bcat and error upload. Okay, it looks to me like they just removed it. Where did we launch friends, bcat and error upload? Friends, bcat, error upload. We just launch stuff in different order. That's fine because we have to support all firmware versions. I mean, it doesn't really matter what order we launch things in. Really interesting. Let's see, we launch these lists. Now, who was responsible for launching GRC? The question is it launched in maintenance? Because it might not be. How big is the list for maintenance? It's 35. So it's going to be the same 3 programs missing. Yeah, okay. As expected. It's the same list up until these 3. Friends beacon and airload. If features get version, what's the features version? 12.00. Launch program. Null pointer. CM program ID. Okay. That is so interesting. We're learning all sorts of stuff here. I'm gonna keep this for now, just in case there's other shit that I need to care about. Yes, this is the power of paying attention instead of shitposting. Really? What's wrong here? Sure. Cool. Okay, gonna try and boot that. Really good catch, Rage Quit Snoop Dogg. Nice. I know, right? Nice. We did it, Reddit. Okay. That's very good news. The release will not be happening in the immediate future because I still need to do this stuff. Right, like it did eventually crash, but that is super good, super good news. What I'm gonna do right now, it did crash after a minute from the ERPT stuff. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna boot it again, and then change my Switch's username to something other than Entente because that will confuse people. I mean, my like Switch user's name is Antares, and my console's name is Entente. But that doesn't make very much sense for like Twitter posting. So I'm gonna go do the obligatory Twitter post thing, and then we're gonna get to doing the ERPT API stuff. But yeah, no, it means we are almost done. Very positive, what I'm observing here. Okay. Yeah, this is super positive. Put me in the screen cap, I know, right? Sorry, I do owe it to people on... I do owe it to make like a status that they post, because I do this whenever I manage to get it to boot for the first time. Man, this has been so much fucking work, and you know, there's only a couple of things left. We're really close to being done. When do you have it first booting? Literally just now. This is the first time we've successfully booted to a 0.0.0. Like literally a couple minutes ago. Awesome. Let me copy this over to the host. Yeah, no, I mean, I've been working on this several hours a day for like every day this week. It has been an enormous amount of work. Let me copy this into the host. 2021-04. Okay. This is the most I've ever seen you stream. Yeah, it's Nebrio. Just like, I don't know. I've been having some motivational problems recently, and this streaming is more than anything a way for me to keep myself on task working on this. And you know, I think it is. I hope that it has been interesting seeing me do like almost all of the work that I do to update stuff. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, okay. Whew, that has been so much fucking work. Damn, that is a good feeling. Okay. I'm making a lot of mods lately, but I still feel some of the goals you're having debugging the code. Oh yeah, let me get status, get checkout, /sm. Git commit boot to grc is no longer launched boot to 112 plus. So I need to do the ERPT stuff, and I need to do the iFile change. And stuff's mostly working. Okay, it's been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Blaze it, nice. Hashtag emoji movie. It's currently 2 a.m. I have it in me to stream for another hour, I think, and like try to wrap up this ERPT stuff. But, big butt, enormous ass. I'm getting a little tired. I'm not going to stop streaming, but I am going to get up, and I'm going to turn on my kettle, and I'm going to make some tea. Let me go do that. Okay, we are back. I don't know if you guys will be able to hear the kettle noises. The kettle is like in the same room as me, so you probably can actually. But yeah, awesome. God, that was so much fucking work. So what is left? What is left? Just the ERPT stuff and the iFile stuff? It's actually like overall pretty easy. Imagine the Nintendo which drew over the same fate but not having the ability to check what the firmware again does. Yeah, cousin. Atmosphere, stratosphere. Are you asking are there many custom firmwares? Or because there aren't really other custom firmwares, it's basically just mine. But if you're asking about have there been many official firmware releases? If we like look at our bootloader, I have this thing where I detect the firmware version because we have to support backwards compatibility with every version, and it's and where is that? Oh yeah, there's this whole thing where we check for every individual firmware version. But if you're asking about custom firmwares, okay, if you're asking about custom firmwares, it's just mine. There are some people who like package my firmware together with other stuff, and like bundle it with homebrew, but it's really just mine. Yeah. Who doesn't? Do I fear Nintendo at all? Not so much. To be honest, I am not super worried about Nintendo coming after me at this stage in the game. I mean, obviously, I do my best to stay within the limits that I think won't cause them to go after me, but I feel like I have a fairly good sense for the things that I am not allowed to do at this point. I like Nintendo. Like, overall, I feel like, as far as companies whose products I could be working on custom firmware for, Nintendo is pretty great. Like, I love Nintendo. I love Nintendo's products. I love Nintendo's systems. I do all of this because I love Nintendo shit. Does Nintendo like me? Probably not. But, you know, a man can dream. Okay. Let me look at the ERPT stuff. XKYZ looked at this earlier. Just running up went, yeah, okay. Most of this was super minor stuff. I think that I'm initially going to stub these, basically. Right, because like it doesn't really matter. what these do. And definitely just pinging in the Reswitch Discord saying that Mission Control hangs on the Nintendo Switch logo, which is expected because, you know, stuff that uses the Man in the Middle API needs it. You know, just to get stuff going, I'm kind of feeling like we're gonna stub this. And I'll implement a real implementation, you know, after the initial 12.0.0 support is out. And this I'm definitely gonna do once the initial 12.0.0 support is out. Did previous consoles have custom firmwares? Later in its lifespan, the 3DS got one. The Wii and the Wii U, not really, in the way that we have one now. Oh yeah, I should do the thing here where I run the scripts. APY. 2B. UPT. Yeah, glad that you like it. Tim Kanji. Recorder noises. I know, right? Categories, I think there's unknown category 133, so what's something that uses that? Because Xcode will put this in the wiki. Okay, so 130 is ACP user account settings info. And I will update the script to know about this. Oh yeah, man, there's so much fucking telemetry. And then what about 131? 31 is audio output target. So what's that? Audio device info, okay. $132. Weight count, abnormal weight info, okay. And then we'll run the script again. Cool. Atmosphere, libraries, stratosphere includes stratosphere, ERPT, ERPT IDs, .autogen, HPP, yeah, okay. Yep. Cool. That is git add git diff staged. Cool. That looks like the stuff that's on the wiki. Then I'm going to need to actually implement these commands. So what notes does XQIZ have on them? And he has none. Let me search. Let me go to my Discord messages with XKYZ because I'm sure that he messaged me information about them there. So that is how we usually do these things. Okay, what has XKYZ said about ERPT? I apologize for the part where I am, you know, looking at DMs in the host. But we'll be to like adding stuff to the API fairly soon, so it shouldn't be so long. Yeah, DMs in the not on host would definitely be ill-advised. Okay, and these are all simple commands, okay? Okay. Okay. Cool, I know what to do now. Sif high context. Minus sif method info ch12 results register running applet cm program id. Thirteen, 14, and then what's the last one? No, it's actually 20, 21, 22, and 30. This is unregister running applet. This is update applet suspended duration. This is invalidate for shutdown detection. And then I want to tag these commands as only being on HOS version 12 plus. Okay, and then we add these. Cool. ERBT serve. ERBT context impl. Results. Register running applet. Sam program ID. Unregister running applets. Update applet suspended duration. And invalidate for shutdown detection. Okay. Okay. Okay, I expect this to blow up. Also, I think my kettle went off, so at some point, like probably while I was doing all that. So let me go do that. I will be back in a minute. I'm sure that this is going Hello. Yes, I did turn the audio off temporarily while I was going to actually make tea because that required going into the kitchen, and I didn't want to like. Suffice to say, there are reasons. Anyway. Okay, where are things complaining? What the fuck? What's happening? Oh, I bet it's a time span duration. Does this need to be time span type? Yeah, okay, sure. Template errors. Back in a minute or two is best. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't know what argument it is. Time span type should work though, I think. And so let's also change that in the SF header. Okay. Maybe it'll be happier with that. Where can I buy you a tea? There's no need to buy me tea. I own plenty of tea. The tea that I'm drinking right now is actually super shitty tea. I mean, I enjoy it. It is very much a guilty pleasure, but it is not high quality tea. It's so. Oh, I have really high quality tea. Rage quit Snoop Dogg. I have really high quality tea that I like a lot. But it is 2 in the morning, and I'm not in the mood for high quality tea. I'm in the mood for tea that will make me want to continue doing this for another hour. And so, I am drinking. It's like British Lipton. I import it. It's Thai Fu tea. And I make it by like covering the bottom of a mug with half and half. And then I add a couple of spoons of sugar, and then I add the tea bag, and I pour the hot water on it, and then I stir it for a bit. And it's super low quality, but it ends up tasting a little bit like shortbread, and you know it's a good 2 in the morning tea. Hey, Dudley, no worries. I apologize for any tea drinking noises that you hear. Yeah, I mean, I really like it. It tastes good. It's just, it is like the equivalent of, it's super cheap British black tea made with half and half and sugar. Truly the McDonald's of tea. I know, right? Okay. Looks like it's mostly compiling, so let us go ahead and be stupid as fuck. And just take these. Nice. Really important stuff we're working on right now. Okay, let's verify the ERPT links. Timcon says, where can I support you? I am wealthy, Timcon, and I don't need your support, and I don't accept donations, and I do this all for free, and out of the goodness of my heart, because I love to do it. But if you, want to send money, in my name or something to the Electronic Frontier Foundation, that is the charity that I recommend donating to. The EFF. Give money, please. Rage quit Snoop Dogg. Perhaps when we know each other better. I barely know you. I've seen you, what, like 3 times? You've been here for 3 streams? Come on, man. Can't send money to strangers. Twice. Damn. See? Exactly. You're making my point for me. I don't fucking know you. Can't send you money. Yeah, maybe I should add a panel to my About section. No, isn't there one in my stream FAQ? Yeah, there isn't one. I should add one then. At what point in a friendship can you rattle a tin can in the other person's face for money? I don't know, man. Hedgeberg could rattle a tin can in my face for money, and I would send Hedgeberg money at this point. That's about it, though. I can think of other people, but you guys wouldn't know them. Because they're not big names. It's a communist vape community. Git push. Nice, Nebrio. Been a pleasure to have you here. I'm glad you've been here like every stream this week. I super appreciate it. If you're still alive in 30 minutes, you'll have to play some more. I probably will be. I mean, we're really at the tail end of things. There's this new iFile service command, operate range with buffer, but I don't think anything that we do uses it. Like, what are the arguments to this thing? File system services. Man, we're like reaching the tail end of this. Operate range with buffer. Okay, great. There's no information on it. Well, it's time to do the big brain tactic and go check my DMs with KYZ again. Hey, Dr. Gamester. What does forced shutdown detection do? ERPT now maintains a save file that it like edits when doing stuff, and if a forced shutdown occurs, then the save file will be in a state that it's not expecting, and it will include that fact that a forced shutdown occurred in error reports. And the new ERPT API is this, is used to manage the detection of forced shutdowns, and it now tracks, the operating system now tracks what applets are running and for how long. And yeah, I mean, I don't have much more to say there. This is for tracking, like, when are applets running, when are they suspended, how much time is being spent in each applet window. So now, after this update, if you're not using Atmosphere and you're actually sending telemetry, is that risky for Nintendo Atmosphere? First off, I'm not actually worried about that, but second, our error report module saves reports to the SD card and not to the system save. And so, no. And also, we have a DNS man in the middle that by default blocks all telemetry. And so using Atmosphere is, semantically equivalent to having the telemetry servers blocked in your router's DNS settings, like blocked in your router. So it's like kind of doubly a non-issue. I mean, why mitigate an issue once when you can mitigate it in multiple ways? Okay, I'm looking to see what XKYZ has said about this. I'm sure he must have said something about it. Also, he and I talk way too much. Are there instances of a game grabbing telemetry? Yeah, games do telemetry literally all the time, but that uses like player port stuff, and the DNS man in the middle blocks that. So there's no need to worry about that when using Atmosphere either. Yeah, not a problem. I'm actually not seeing anything from him on what the parameters for this are. I'm looking to see if XKOC has said anything to me about the parameters here. And it's not immediately looking like he has. You just have to do what the lame kids do and actually reverse it. I know, right? Super lame. Okay, whatever. Fine. Do I even have the IPC? Okay, I do. Python IPC server rewrite branch tracer. Is this even gonna work? This is super old. Probably won't work. Actually, do I even care about this? I mean, I do. Fine. 9 x out any fs.cat. I think it's gonna complain because it can't find .cat. Oh no, it worked. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. So 0.0.5, 0.0.6. So this is clearly it, and it looks like it's taking in the same relative input, same input parameters, but then it's also taking in 2 buffers. So let's go ahead and look at this in SNFS. Did I have an IDB for this in like MEMC or something? Yeah, I did. Cool. Buffers are in order 70, 69. Okay. Yeah, so it's calling this operate range with sure the input buffer, 4i5a6, the output buffer. Okay, so it's basically just literally operate range, isn't it? Stratosphere, fserv, interface adapters. Also some interface adapter. I will need this, but where's the actual SF iFile system thing? Intriguing. Yeah, because this was taking in an operation ID and offset in the size. I'm sure that's the same. Yeah, operation ID, offset size. But it's also taking in an in buffer and an out buffer. Okay, so that's fine. And 0x70 and 0x69 are like what again? Oh, I have them up here, 70 and 69. It's a non-secure buffer. Okay. SF method info ch12 or 6 results operate range with buffer. Const ams sf out non-secure buffer out buffer const ams sf in non-secure buffer in buff s32 op id store offset s64 size. Out buff in buff op id offset size. And then I also need an HOS version 12.0.0. I'm gonna do that. Then move these forward, and then I move this forward. Okay. So let's see where stuff stops compiling now. Man, this has been a very productive night. I'm very pleased with how things have gone. This is music to my ears, what we're seeing right here. Truly, there's nothing I love more than template compiler errors in the morning. Well, interface adapter, sure. Results operate range with buffer, out non-secure buffer, out buff. Const ams sf in non-secure buffer in buff. Then we copy paste these. Well, I don't know why that's not redoing the header. Because it really should. I wonder if that's not included in Stratified HPP. Actually, that's much more believable. I think that make clean was completely unnecessary, and I just wasted some time. That is the most likely result, actually, is that I just wasted time for no reason. Hello, Dark Red Ragnall, assuming I pronounced that right. How long does it usually take me to do? It looks very complicated. You know, normally I can get an update out in a couple of days, but I got the second visor shot the day that this came out, and also Nintendo implemented an entire new IPC protocol, which took forever to implement. It was really hard. And so that added a couple of days. So like normally this is a couple of days, and this is going to end up being more like a week. A week is a really long time for me to take to do an update. I usually take substantially less than a week. And I take pride in being fast. Okay, I think that it is the prototype, but I didn't actually implement the function, so I should go do that. Source, serve, this adapter. Info. Alt file interface adapter operate range with buffer. This will be fine. Let me compare this to the other thing. Right, because this will be create a range one. So it's not 2, then it does the thing, other than it clears it. Otherwise, if the operation -4 is greater than 3 and not some field in there, what's it? Plus 0x18. Yeah, because plus 0x10 is the pointer to the file system. Yeah, I get these sob stories all the time about people updating the switches. I'm not compelled by them. I'm sorry. It'll be the base file system. Okay, so base file, open count semaphore. Man, what is this? Is this like if it's not locked or something? 2002. 38. So it is still calling the same thing. What does this mean? If the operation ID -4 is greater than or equal to 3. So 0 will fail, 1 will fail, 2 will fail, 3 will fail, 4 will succeed, 5 will succeed, 6 will succeed. Fuck A-dubs. I was trying to keep track of numbers, and then you had to give me when the goldfish updated my switch line. That actually made me cackle a little bit. Fuck me, that's funny. Okay, what are those operation IDs? I don't even know if we have that enum. Well, like, I could just do this, or I could just make it abort, but that seems kind of strange to do, I feel like. Maybe I should just ask Moose Hunter. He's the expert here, basically. I mean, clearly this is just checking is the operation ID 4, 5, or 6, and is some field in the structure not 0. But I think Moose Hunter might be asleep right now. I don't know what time it is in his time zone. Man, what is that field? I don't think we have that field. Wait, this is an AND. It allows other operation IDs if this bool is true. This is weird. You dropped a PS2 on your Switch. I would recommend such strategies, Malika, as going back in time and not being an idiot who dropped a PS2 on a Switch. That was remarkably dumb of you. I mean, not to bully you or anything, but maybe just don't be stupid next time. And what is this error code? It's 32002. It's like 0x6400, I guess. Okay, 6400. Kind of figured that. Okay, atmosphere. Drop some sick beats on my Switch. Vapors include vapors. Results. Best results with 6400. 6400 is just permission denied. Okay. Yeah, so is this class member set, or is the operation ID 4, 5, or 6? Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Got that done. It's good enough for us to do rollies. I mean, I need to do that later. Let me add a note to the greater accuracy thing. Okay, that's been added to my to-do list. Nice. So just testing and bug fixing that. I mean, I need to write a change log, don't I? Docs. Change log. 0.19.0. Okay, welcome to the Atmosphere changelog writing channel, wherein we write changelogs for Atmosphere. I'm not going to ship it because I need to like make sure that MMC works because that's totally untested, and I need to make sure that the non-mesosphere branch works because I also haven't tested that. Like, I don't actually know that the man-in-the-middle patches work for our kernel or that MMC works. A-dubs, if I were to ship you a build, would you be willing to test MEMMC? It would be super helpful if you could test if you could test both MEMMC and if you could test the ability to run it without Mesosphere, because those both might be broken. We're not doing the release on stream, by the way. Should have done away with non-Mesosphere release. Yeah, but I don't want this to be 1.0 now. I want to get some more stuff done with TMA first. Okay. Oh, wait. There we go. What's the blocker for 1.0? The only theoretical blocker is TMA, and if it takes too long, I'll just release 1.0. Everything that I wanted to 1.0 other than TMA is done. Like, really, I just want us to have a GDB stub, right? Like, I really feel like a proper custom firmware should include a GDB stub. That is the only thing that is really keeping me from just releasing it as 1.0. I want a GDB stub. But if it takes too long, I'll just release it without it. I hope that doesn't happen, though. Also, welcome back, Rage Quit Snoop Dogg. That does not feel like it was half an hour, was it? It might have been. I don't fucking know. What stops you from making GDB a thing? Nothing. I just need to do it, right? Like, I'm working on TMA right now in the development branch, and TMA is literally so that I can have a GDB stub. It is the thing that I am actively working on. No, we use fake semantic versioning only here, where our numbers are meaningless because I release shadow builds all the time without changing the release number. That is the modern intellectual's way. Okay, I need to look at the commits so that I can write this changelog. God, when the fuck was our last release? Okay, February 15th. There we go. So everything newer than this will be for 0.9.1. Debug process slightly more carefully. Yeah. Okay. Including. Yeah, Margie, once we're at 1.0.0, I will not do shadow builds anymore. You have my commitment that the moment we are at 1.0.0, I will start using this digits to represent shadow builds. Also, I want to get continuous integration working around them, so there'll be like nightlies and shit. What the fuck was this? Ow. Okay. Fix subordinate service while at port limit. I'll give you no K port pressure. Yeah. Okay. This is how I do all the changelogs, by the way. I like don't do them as I'm doing stuff. Man, how the fuck do I summarize HTC, which I've done a ton of work for, and it's like basically done. Yeah. But it also could have caused with too many custom system modules substance. Yeah, sure, but I'm not gonna say fix a bug on dev units. Like I'm not other than a change log. Come on, man. Oh yeah, this is the thing. This is the thing that we want. New ROM folder. What? Okay. Oh, right. I need to make the USB patches for 12.0.0. Duh. I'm gonna like actually include this feature. I'll need to do that after this. Fuck, I totally forgot that's a thing that I'm committed to doing now. Let me add that to my to-do list. Edit. Add new USB patch for USB 3.0 on 12.0.0. Totally forgot about that. What was this? Okay, 0.9.4. It's off by default. And it will stay off by default. Where's the like E thing that I do here? Oh, yeah, there it is. I guess we through now. Okay, I feel good about that. Fascinating. Okay. I don't like when I get a seg fault in make. That's never good. You know your project's hardcore when you start getting seg faults in make. What the fuck? Is it failing when building stratosphere.ramfs? Do I have like super outdated C devkit pro tools bin? Is it like make ramfs is broken or something? Build ramfs. Maybe that's just outdated. Let me try this. Copying this in from the host. C devkit pro. Tools bin. Build ramfs.exe. I will also copy in elf to kit because I made changes to it. Yeah, I don't really feel the need to update from Pacman. Okay, maybe that'll be happier. Also, let me damn, I was really hoping that would work. There we go. That worked. Okay. Also, Finks has messaged me. Right. What's the context for this? Set debug thread context. Okay. Attention. System modules. For atmosphere. Files inside. Yes, I consider atmosphere to officially be lowercase a. Man, it's failing. Okay, whatever. Me cd c dev atmosphere make clean. And I'm just gonna build it in the host and send it to you from the host. A-dubs. It's fine. I'm running the changelog on screen, so it's not like it really matters. Right? Like it's not like you guys are going to lose content while this is building. Get all. Make J16. Missing the engaging compilation output. I know, right? Dev. I also need to install the 11x thing. cmd git pull make J install. I've got a little timeline in there you go, Ant130V. I just linked my FAQ in the chat, which talks about that some. Change behavior first time boot after extracting zip. Inside contents be deleted. Act on user programs. Yeah, Daybreak is really great. Love Daybreak. Okay. Zach, I'm answering a question to Finks. Conversation between Finks. Finks says, at Zam, I suppose the libin exchanges are done, to which I said, yeah. Atmosphere is honestly ready to do a release. I'm writing changelog on stream right now. He says, let me rebase this first, and to which I say, no problem. We're not actually ready because I need A-dubs to test these things, but you know. Assuming that A-dubs test stuff, there's actually nothing holding us back from doing a release. Okay. What do you mean? Do you never read your notifications? What is that? What kind of a question is that? Do I have notifications that I'm not reading? What's going on? Oh, in GitHub. Oh no, why would I do that? That's a waste of time. Do I talk about TMA anywhere? No, I mean it's enable HTC is in, but it's not usable, right? Like you shouldn't use it for this. What I think the purpose of this update was? I mean, the purpose of this update was fundamentally to, like, the purpose of this, it's for something good, right? Like, it's clearly because I think it's better. It saves them a bunch of memory. Oh, right. What did I say about a mesosphere in like 11.0.0? Much obliged. Rage quit Snoop Job. Rage quit Snoop Dogg. What did I even say there? I don't even know what the second part of that was. Anyway, please note. It means I need to add a patch to the USB system module to allow enabling VSP 3.0, basically. Future, where is... Yeah, that is a lot of people. Oh, hey, it finished building. I'm gonna go send you, the zips. Okay, Edubs, I sent you the zips. The future atmosphere update. Cool, much appreciated. Oh, cool. You... I don't know why I'm saying you. I'm speaking to Finks. Okay, I'm asking Finks to send me a build of Homebrew Loader that I could include in the release. Since, you know, I said I wouldn't stream for more than 5.5 hours, but we're getting really close to doing a release, and it would be really nice to do it if we can, assuming that AWS reports that stuff works. That would be very, very nice if we could do that. I'm also going to commit this changelog. Although actually I'm going to gist this changelog and then ask Finks to look at it. Gisted. Okay, sent that. Cool, we're kind of playing a waiting game at this point where, you know, it basically just needs to be tested that MEMMC works. Adubs, are you still listening? Okay, cool. I will test the without mesosphere release. If you can test MEMMC, that would be great. Cool. You test MEMMC. I will do this. Okay. Sphere. Kips. Delete these. Yeah, I mean, it's basically done at this point. I mean, I feel emotionally ready to do release here. It's really just going to be a question of whether or not MEMMC works and whether or not my kernel patches work. Okay, let's see if my kernel patches work. Well, I mean, it seems to be booting, so that's good. Let me check that I actually have mesosphere disabled. System. Yep, cool. Kernel patches work. That's very positive. So that's good. Let me reconnect this. Tools, USB tools, SD card. Okay. Cool. So I need to, I need to actually do the USB patches. Shit, I forgot about that. Totally forgot about that. I would have forgotten about that if it had been mentioned again. Excellent. Okay, so MEMMC works. Let's do the USB patches. They're very simple, as I recall. Dank. Dank, dank, dank. Definitely no break. Mission control. Yes, mission control will need to recompile. Garshoy. It'll work. It just needs to be recompiled. 1.1. Let's go to USB. These patches were very simple, as I recall. FBA. Okay. I think I embed the patches in loader or something dumb as fuck like that. Source loader embedded USB patches. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Wait, was USB not updated? Oh wait, that's 11, right? I was gonna say. That would be too lucky even for me if I didn't have to do anything. Can you also verify exFAT, Adubs? If you were testing non-exFAT, can you install exFAT and verify that? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, yeah, probably, and deadly. test exfat. I know, right? Fuck exfat. All my haters use exfat. Yeah, cool. Fink says he's just going to do a home reload release, which makes my life easy. Easier, rather. Okay, let's look at these patches. Also, let me see what the NSO ability is. Sure. Okay. Patch the getter functions to return 1. So what does that actually do? 711000. 85 DC. Okay. DC force enabled. DC and 866C, I think. Yeah, okay, just these two getter functions, and I just force them both to return 1. That makes sense. I think that's like move x0, 0x1. That's fine. ADubs, I don't need you to test that exfat as D cards work. I just need to verify that exfat firmware works. Assuming you've already tested non-exfat firmware. Yeah, there are just like 2 references to this function. 84OC and what? 84OC, 849C, okay. Yeah, please test non-exfat firmware, since that's the one that I use. That's the one that I actually care about. 849C, 840C. Okay, that should be that. Cool. If it builds, ship it, I know, right? Let's see, let me go back to the changelog. Yeah, man, that's a string. Is that a word? I think that's a word. Nope, it's totally oneself. Excellent. Okay, so it looks like we're totally functioning. So update changelog. Where? Okay. Excellent. Meh. Finks tells me that I need to do it this way. Really? I thought I just changed this. Ah, donated to the EFF. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Intriguing. Oh, good. I committed it the correct way. Nice. That's very funny. I didn't realize I did that. Okay. Don't write bugs. I know, right? Finks is sending me a humble loader binary. I'm going to test this. Let me go here, go to atmosphere. Eject, then we're going to boot. Okay. Booting into 12.0.0 now. What a long stream. And honestly though, it's a Sunday. Who needs sleep? No, Val, I fixed that. Only homebrew that uses atmosphere extensions will need a recompile. Oh, I should add it to the changelog. -m. Testing the homebrew loader. Yep, seems to work. I can access my save files. Cool. Telling Finks that it works. Okay. Okay. Let me all requests support for 12.0.0. Base merge. Delete branch. Check out master. I'm going to be building in the host. Get pull. Make it subrepo. Push. MEMC. There are new changes in the remote MEMC repo. What? What is that? github.com/maxw/mumc. Git push mumc. Oh wait, I want to git checkout master git pull. Okay. Man, what's wrong there? Fix weird logic on December 3rd, 2020. What is my current mumc commit? Sphere mumc. Oh nice, the Humber loader release is done. Okay, so all I need to do is get this stuff pushed and then we can do a release. What does the git repo say? Commit is 5EED. Fix weird logic. Sure. How do I do a git subrepo pull rebase? Pull. Okay. Yeah, okay. How do I force a rebase? It says there's a -r. Yeah, I'll just try to let it run. And rebase. Oh, nice. Okay. Thank you, Substance. Shouldn't the pull automatically rebased? I don't know. This is a subrepo pull, not a normal pull. Rage quit Snoop Dogg. Like, this is using git subrepo, which is like this custom thing for storing it in the repo. It's like submodules, but better. But it has some really weird semantics sometimes. In the meantime, let me install the correct libnx on my host while this is doing stuff. Libnx, git checkout master, git pull upstream master. Make clean, make J16 install. Okay, so the new libnx is now installing on the host. It's like early enough for people to wake up on the East Coast. Yeah, I mean, LOL sleeping. Am I right? Why sleep when you can finish this fucking update? Nah, I'm releasing an atmosphere release at the end of the stream. I thought it would be days, but we are going to do the thing. Yeah. No, unless something goes like catastrophically wrong in the next like 20 or 30 minutes, we're doing an atmosphere release. Yeah. I spent too much fucking time on this. I predict 5 shadow updates. I think your estimate of several days earlier was very pessimistic. There's no the stream's been going on for hours. Yeah, Unigosai. I've been streaming for 6 fucking hours. I mean, whatever. I'll get this shit done. Let it never be said that I am not dedicated to the cause. So now that you're almost free of this 12.0.0 update marathon hell, what are your next plans? I am going to go back to trying to get all of the unlocks in the Binding of Isaac Repentance, which is what I was doing before this happened. Right, because like Isaac Repentance came out a week ago, and I've been spending all of my free time, playing it, and I've made a lot of progress in it, but this has set me back on my Isaac time, and I would like to fix that. I can't believe you got him for several days for releasing today in the same stream. Yeah, to be fair, I expected this to take substantially more effort. So I don't know, actually. Do you play Monster Hunter at all? I do not play Monster Hunter. Stream your Repentance playthrough and get affiliate. I'll think about it. I don't really want to be a video game streamer, I'm gonna be honest. I'm fine with streaming custom firmware development, and I'm fine with streaming like the stuff I do for hacking, but like streaming gameplay always seems very attention whory to me, and I would rather not be that kind of a guy. The other thing I don't like about Subrepo is how fucking long it takes. You'd be streaming mental data mining of the Binding of Pokemon Repentance. Yeah. You know, actually, you guys will get to see me stream Switch games now that I think about it. Right? Because at a certain point, when I'm implementing host-target connection, right, like the thing that I'm going to need to implement is I'm going to need to implement streaming audio and video gameplay. From the Switch to the PC. And when I'm implementing that, if I stream that, you will get to see me playing games to test that. That exists already. Yeah, but it's not integrated in Atmosphere, and it doesn't use the HTC protocol. I'm like aware that SysDVR exists. Right, like I'm trying to implement the official system module that does this. And SysDVR does not hew so close. Fuck, this is taking a long time. Jesus Christ, Subrepo, can you be better? Like, I want to convince myself that it's even doing anything. Maybe? Fuck, I can't even tell if it's doing anything. Kit for Windows is probably doing stuff. Threadripper. Yeah, I have a Threadripper 3970X. Windows Defender might be slowing it down. I apologize for whatever delay there is in this getting out as this is doing stuff. I don't really know why I have Windows Defender on the streaming VM, since this is a virtual machine. That's annoying. Okay, there we go. Nice. Git status, git subrepo, push. Part 2. It's noon. What are you people talking about? Truly, Rage Quit Snoop Dogg. I design my streaming schedule in order to make things convenient for you at noon your time. I'm glad that you can make it. Yeah, no worries, man. Happy to oblige. Man, this is a really good night. I really thought that this would take me a lot longer than it would. Right? Because like this seemed like a lot of stuff. Then PGL basically just worked, which I wasn't expecting. I honestly thought I would have to do substantially more debugging than this. Like this is like enormous. We did it Reddit energy. I thought it would take so much more work than this. He says after 6 hours of streaming. It's the tea, yeah. I just woke up 3:50 a.m. I appreciate you streaming Patreon for my specific time and schedule. Well, Datahead, you are very welcome. I mean, as you can see, it's 3:50 a.m. for me too, so you know. We do it to ourselves. Man, really, really good feeling to have this done. Yeah, it's just a VM for operational security reasons, right? Like it prevents me from doing it from revealing anything that's potentially sensitive in the host machine. Yeah, man, like fuck. I have been grinding away at this shit all week. Right? Like basically all of my free time since Monday has been dedicated to this, and I was like stressed because I was sick Monday and I felt bad about the fact that I was sick because my being sick meant I couldn't work on it. Man, fuck. I've spent a lot of hours on this. Except leaking keys.py. I know, right? Feels good. Feels really, really good. I mean, we're just playing the sitting and waiting game right now. As we like wait for stuff to push, we wait for stuff to compile. Right, like, so the... Yeah, I want to reload this. Release. Push MUMC to external repo. Push atmosphere libs to external repo. Build atmosphere. Verify release build runs on my device. Publish release. Tweet / post to Reddit / etc. Trying to make Maro OS. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, so this is the list of things that we're doing, and right now we're at this one. So it's not that many things. It's just that all of them are going to take, you know, a little time, and we're basically just waiting. There's no real work left to do. I appreciate those of you who have like been watching the stream for the last 6 fucking hours as I like done this. Yeah, I really appreciate that people are you know, interested and willing to do these things. While we're having some downtime, I noticed Atmosphere has some helper functions for user IDs that don't seem to do anything. What's up with that? Those functions are like defined in the official SDK NSO, and when I was implementing the user IDs, I just implemented them verbatim. I just implemented everything in the types that I wouldn't have to come back to it. So if there's anything that's not used, it's probably due to that. And do we needed to do the UIDs because NCM uses them for placeholders when it's, you know, making placeholders. Why do I keep saying user IDs? It's unique IDs. universal unique IDs. Yeah, no, I definitely noticed that they added Bluetooth audio support. I'll be interested in seeing if someone can like make a custom system module to use that, because that's super cool. People have like always been like, hey, can you have Bluetooth audio? And we've had to be like, nope, the Bluetooth module does not have any support for it. But it would be super cool if it's possible. Oh, awesome, and definitely. If there's anyone who I think might be able to do it, it is you, so I wish you luck. It would be really cool if you managed to pull that off. Hey, it looks like that's finally done. Great. Git subrepo push vb libraries. Okay, another waiting game. How do you feel about ULIDs? I'm not familiar with the concept. You can be so helpful as this character. Agreed. It's agreed. Agreed. Yeah. Instead, herein is the proposed ULID. Sure. 120 bit compatibility with UUID. Yep. Okay. Timestamp. Randomness. Okay, I don't care about the implementation. Yes, my feelings, Rage Quit Snoop Dogg, are that this is strictly better than UUIDs in basically every respect. I don't see any advantages whatsoever to UUIDs over ULIDs. ULIDs just seem literally better, flatly. How come I've never seen you in the Switcher or L4S servers? Because I am uninterested in Linux, Unigasai. I am about Horizon. I don't care about Linux. It's completely uninteresting to me in every way. I only care about Horizon, which is the custom operating system for the Switch. You may infer from my having implemented the Switch's kernel that I care about the Switch's operating system in a way that I don't care about Linux. I don't know, man. I think that it's probably gonna end up being like half an hour total for like this shit to get done, which is just like, ugh, I hate that everything takes so long. I mean, I get it. Like, all of this extra time that we're waiting for this stuff to happen is fundamentally just because Atmosphere is built with so much love, and love is slow and you can't rush it. But, man, it's a lot of love. Substance asks, do you have any expertise in non-Horizon microkernels? Nope. I have looked at Zircon, which is Google's Fuchsia kernel, out of interest, but I have only done like a cursory surface skim of it. I mean, from what I saw in the licensing agreement and the SwitchOS settings, it's probably code from Orbis 9 for FreeBSD and Android. Okay, I am not going to say re out loud, except for in the context of saying that, but also I just want you to know that that is what I'm thinking very much. Unigasai. See the FAQ. In fact, I'm just going to copy-paste the relevant section. Alright, that finished. Nice. Okay. That's done. Git pull on the host. Looks like stuff is pushed. I know, right? Okay. A-dubs, I don't say this very often, but go fuck yourself with a rake. Okay, we did hit 100 viewers. That's a lot. Nice. Okay. Make J16 clean. Listen, if it was anyone other than A-dubs, I would have been more polite about that, but A-dubs is a friend and has been a friend for years now, and he knows full well the heresy that he's spouting right there. Twitch partner incoming. I like that we hit 100 viewers right as I told A-dubs to. Nice. Yeah, there's a new homebrew loader. Yeah, good memes. Good memes. Okay, this is building on the host. We are very close to doing this release. In fact, we're close enough to doing this release that let me actually just like set this all up for myself. Atmosphere releases. Mistyped releases. Draft a new release. Edit this one. 0.19.0. Atmosphere 0.19.0. Take this. Take this. You say primary wasn't updated. 2.4.1. 19, and then I need to stick the change log. Docs. Change log. Oh, hey, Bella333. Assuming I got the number of 3s right there. N space plus place it with /r/n/1/star. Cool. That's a complete change log. The question is whether or not I do this as a pre-release or a release. What do you think? Should this be a pre-release or should this be a release? I mean, there's no real difference. Right, like pre-release is whatever. Post-release. I'll just make it a real release. I mean, it's all whatever, right? Like the pre-release thing is, yeah, the pre-release thing doesn't matter. I'm gonna make ghost revisions or whatever happens, assuming that there are issues that I need to ghost fix, which like I know there will be issues that I need to ghost fix. There always are. Let me connect my Switch SSD card so that I can save some time here too. How does Switch get symbol names to the new firmware so quickly? Is there some trick I don't know about? Was I making an SDK binaries from K-Space like a chump, and it only made us manage to find one for 11 MX? Yeah, Hex KYZ has a trick for it. And I will ask Hex KYZ It's convoluted. It's something that you can do yourself, but it's convoluted. And the last time that we shared neat tricks, they got fixed, and getting symbol names for new firmwares is really convenient. So you'll have to understand that I will ask hex KYZ first. It's nothing illicit. It is something that you could do, but it is wise, I think, to not fuck ourselves. Okay. And it looks like the build is done, but I need to copy it to the atmosphere releases directory on my host, so I'm doing that now. Then I need to add the homebrew loader stuff to it. Dev atmosphere release 0.19.0. Copy paste. Then I copy paste this. Sorry that you guys can't see me doing this stuff on the host. I know it sucks. Right now I am just copy pasting homebrew loader and homebrew menu into the zips. Okay, there's one. There's homebrew menu in the other. Then let me grab homebrew loader.nsp from the new release. Here. NX homebrew loader / loader. Releases. Okay, downloaded that. Again, I apologize for the fact that you can't see the action. Although, I mean, me dragging files into zips is not exactly a super hype action, if you know what I mean. I mean, I don't know what you guys are into, but this has got to be boring by anyone's standards. Yeah, okay. And then let's go ahead. Copy the release zip in here. And also copy the other release zip in here. Copy fuse a primary in here. Let's throw all these up. And then I need to test this and make sure that it boots on my fuck, I fucked up the file names. Whoops. Okay. Now I throw them up. Anyway, let me go to my switches SD card. Atmosphere. Yep, replace. Okay. Let me do a last double check that I'm not accidentally using development builds. You paid for WinRAR? Jesus Christ. That's incredible. Cool. And, yep, the flag to do the clean is there. Okay. Eject. Reboot RCM. Boot into Use a primary. Boots. Checking homebrew menu. Homebrew loader 2.4.1. Checking it in application mode. Checking GKSV. Works. Checking NXMTP. Not sure if it works. Okay, seems like, you know, if it's not working, which is probably not, you know, people will have to tell me. I'm satisfied. Cool, let me go tweet about this. I'm finding whatever tweet I did for 0.18.x so that I can copy paste it. Tweet 18.0 as released 0.19.0. Nice. 12.0. No niceties besides that. Hope you all enjoy. Tweet. Okay, let's get posted on Reddit. Yeah, no, I'm happy you guys are happy about it. r/switchhacks. Log into my Reddit account. I need to get a 2FA code for my phone. Nice. Yeah, no, I'm very happy about this. Authenticator. I'm not going to read out my Reddit authenticator code aloud because I'm not retarded. I'm sure you guys are going to figure it out from my typing or something similarly stupid. Submit a new link. Copy link address. Repost is 0.19.0. Atmosphere 0.19.0 released. Open up an OS port. Send replies to my inbox. And I copy paste the comment from the last one. And I copy paste this stuff into the Reddit post. I actually forgot to make this 46th. Whoops, my bad. There's your first shadow fix, guys. 45th is actually 46th. I know, right? Totally unusable. completely unusable in every way. That's work. Add to. What do I know? You see what I call? But crash by game card. Zangalora, have you set no GC to 0? Excuse me, but I vape. Let me check. I think game card should work. Let me. Yeah, game cards work fine. I just launched Fire Emblem 3 Houses with no issues on 12.0.0. Wait, Adabs, what are you complaining about? What did you mention earlier? Is this like a new bug or something, Adabs? Is the deleting a digital game thing like a real thing that I should do? Or does it not matter? Yeah, I'll try deleting one. Fine. Data management. Where the fuck do I delete games? Quick archive. I guess that'll work. Anyway, I want to go to manage software, don't I? That's something stupid that I don't care about. Haven't played ARMS basically ever. Let's go with delete software. Successfully deleted software. No, it worked fine. A-dubs. I just successfully deleted a digital game. Are you using MEMMC? Yeah, are you sure that, are you using a file-based MEMMC? Like, is your MEMMC file-based? Because if it's a file-based MEMMC, I bet that is the, okay. If it's partition-based, then I'm not sure. I have no issues deleting software. I just deleted a game. Let me post the news in Reswitched, which I got distracted from doing. Sphere 0, 19.0, 0. Okay. Posted that in Reswitched News. Once .0 is released, 0.19.0. Deadline of the release changelog. Oh, does it? Oh, nice. Thank you. Fixed. I'll just add the Reddit comment because I copy pasted that in there. Okay, I did the Reddit comment. Thank you for letting me know about that. Let me do the other thing. Happy June 15th. Okay. I believe I posted everywhere that I consider myself obligated to post. Nice, awesome. What is your fatal error, Unigasai? Also, what kind of fatal? Was it a fatal in like an atmosphere module or what? Just upload the binary and link it in the chat, and I'll look at it before I head off. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm glad that you guys are reaching it. Is anyone here able to boot into system custom firmware with Atmosphere? I definitely was able to boot into system custom firmware because I'm currently booted into system custom firmware. Like, I am currently booted into Atmosphere 0.19.0 on my console. Isn't working for you for some reason. When you say it isn't working, what issue are you having? Right, like, isn't working is very vague. Is that Tom Hack? Yeah, Tom Hack, you're banned. Oh, I mean, I get the error that I had when I wasn't gaming. What error? Oh, are you using Heck8? Yeah, you need to use Fuse to boot, right? Like, because Heck8 will need an update to boot separate from the Atmosphere support update. Right, like support for booting via Heck8 is separate. Port. Downloading it. Oh, no, that's mission control, Unigasai. Mission control will need to be recompiled to support Atmosphere 0.19.0. Indeadly is aware of that. Just delete mission control temporarily. Or wait for Indeadly to recompile it. I don't know if Indeadly is still around. He was here earlier. But yeah. That's just mission control. Thank you for uploading the file. Much appreciated. What was the way that I boot into it that you just said that wasn't Heck8? I just boot using Fuse primary, right? Like, if you go to atmosphere/releases, I include Fuse primary for it. And you just launch this instead of Heck8. But if you use Heck8, just wait a day or two, right? Like, Heck8 will release stuff soon enough. Use it as the payload to boot your switch, Darko Dragnall. Yeah, I mean, if you've never used Fuse before, probably just wait for Heck8 to update. I'm sure CTSAir will get around to doing it like today or tomorrow. Datahead says, I'm still in... What the fuck? You're still in Atmosphere 0.9.4? What? That's from like 2 years ago or something crazy. Wow. Can I ask why you're still on 0.9.4? Right, like, I'm intensely curious about why you are still on such an old version. Yeah. I've never had any interest in updating my system. Man. Dude, I don't even know how to fucking respond to that. What? I use Fuse because I write the code for Fuse. I've been told Hecate is better, and that may or may not be true. I don't care what you use, right? Like, I use Fuse, and I only personally guarantee Fuse works. Right, like, I am told that Hecate is better, and that is probably true, but I have team loyalty to the things that I write, and so I use the things that I write. Right, like, I will always guarantee that Fuse Primary works with the latest Atmosphere release. That is always a guarantee. Right, like, because I don't make Hecate. I can't make any guarantees about Hecate. Yeah, Hecate probably does boot faster. I mean, it's like whatever, right? I don't care what you use. Use whatever you want to use. I will be using Fuse. Yeah, digital game deletion works totally fine here. Well, it's 4:30 a.m. I'll probably stick around for like another little bit ambiguously so that, if people like have bugs to report to me, I can fix them. But, at least insofar as I can tell, we should mostly be Gucci. Yeah. I was not expecting this to get done tonight. I am like thrilled, super super thrilled that this got done tonight, right? Because I was super super expecting that to take longer. Does it? Should say 5024. No, it's 0524. Ratio Snip Dog. God damn it, Markdown. Fucking Markdown. Andreams TV says, "Hey man, curious. Is there any reason you work on Atmosphere at night?" Yeah, it's because I have a job. Right, like I guess it's the weekend. So technically that excuse doesn't apply today in particular. But like Monday through Friday, I have a job that I have to do between like 9 and 5, and then I have to make dinner, and then I have to spend time with the real people in my life. So, like, the only time that I can stream is at night, really. I could stream during the day on a weekend, really, I guess. But, you know, I kind of prefer the evening schedule. I'm kind of a night owl, anyway. What are the final memory consumption stats for 12.0? I don't know. Worse than they were in 0.18.1. I'm not going to update them right now. I might do that later, but not right now. Super Nappy, what do you do for your main job if you don't mind sharing? I am in contract law. Atmosphere crashes when you insert a game card. Zangalora, set no GC to 0, man. Or are you on 11.0.0 having booted into 12.0 previously? If so, you will literally never be able to use a game card on less than 12.0.0, and you should update to 12.0.0 and turn no GC to 0, and you'll be able to use game cards again. Right? Like, I don't think it's an atmosphere bug. The game card stuff is always just people fucking up their no GC. Because 12.0 is a new Lotus firmware update. Big changelog. I mean, I wrote it, but it's a big changelog. Yeah, we're just waiting for people to report issues to me, which hasn't happened yet. I'm still on error and xboot, unable to identify package 1. TimCon, if you're getting that, I suspect you haven't actually extracted the new release zip. Or you're using Hecate. Glad it's working for you, Atlantics. Yeah, Zangalar, I'm pretty sure your issues are fake. I'm pretty sure you just need to, like, make sure your config is fine. Like, update to 12.0.0 and set no GC to 0 and you should be fine. Again, Zangalar, your issue is just that you need to update and set no GC to 0. TimConG, make sure that you have fully extracted the latest release zip to your SD card if you're getting an xboot error. Because fuse secondary.bin is what contains an xboot and it's inside of this. You know, if I just sit here dicking around and, like, making idle conversation with chat for 13 minutes, we'll hit 7 hours. It's a long stream. I think we'll do that and then we'll call it a night. And, you know, if someone actually reports a real bug, then, you know, we'll fix it, or we'll try to fix it. But I should get to sleep soon. I mean, objectively, it's 4:30 a.m. Yeah, if I sleep from like 5 to 8 tonight, I'll be this morning. I mean, the sun will be up soon. If I sleep from 5 to 8, that'll be totally fine. Do you remember to say blaze at 4:20? I don't remember. I definitely remember to say blaze it when the stream was at 4 hours and 20 minutes long. See you, Unigasai. Hope you enjoyed. We are very much in, you know, winding down mode right now and just waiting to see if there are any updates? Any issues reported? Looks like not so far. And 1416. Oh yeah, that's that guy. I like know what I want to reply to this with. But I don't want to do this on stream, and I need some thought about how to phrase things politely. See you on Dreams TV. Glad you enjoyed. You can let the Twitch chat write the response one word at a time. That is very funny, but I don't think we're at that level of metagaming yet. Yeah, we know what you mean, Dr. Gamester. Don't worry. We assume you mean Hecate at this point. Thanks for reminding me to turn off my heater. You're going to turn down your heater, Red2Blog? I'll turn mine up when I get off the stream. Just to counterbalance you and make sure that we're having equal ecological impact. Thanks for the release. Yeah, no, I mean, I am fucking thrilled that we got this done tonight. Update atmosphere first. Always update atmosphere first, Super Niffy. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, this went substantially more smoothly than I was expecting. And Finks says that he has updated and has booted successfully, so that's exciting. That USB 3 patch did make it in, right? Like, I didn't forget to commit that. I don't remember if I committed it. I must have. Okay, yeah, I did. Cool. Well, I assume if there were like horrible breaking issues, someone would have mentioned one of them by now. I mean, I'm sure that something might come up during the day, but it looks like things aren't fundamentally broken, and that's a good feeling. Anyone have Cave Story Plus? I'm really interested in whether or not the issue occurs using Mesosphere. My Switch blew up. I'm sorry to hear about that, Agent 500J. And yeah, Uchi, I mean, I've enjoyed streaming all of this. You know, it's been a lot of work, but it's been nice. It's been nice to have chatter going on while I've been working on stuff, and not to just be working on it like silently. So I just goes down to the store to buy Cave Story Plus. I'll buy Cave Story Plus if I have to. But I'd prefer not to. Mostly because it looks like a game that I'm not interested in. But yeah, if anyone has Switch runs factory firmware now, yeah. If anyone has Cave Story Plus, please check that issue because I'm really interested in if it occurs with Mesosphere. Instructions are clear. Again, set the dev kit instead. Instructions unclear. Switch is now a Commodore 64. Good jokes. With the telemetry that atmosphere blocks automatically is 90DNS. So 90DNS blocks everything and not just telemetry. If you want to do 90DNS style stuff, there is like a configuration somewhere that is equivalent to 90DNS for the built-in DNS man in the middle, which will allow you to, you know, have everything blocked everywhere. I don't know that I would have ever recommended 90DNS, because it blocks everything, and I go online with my Switch and like buy games on the eShop and stuff. And you can't do that with 90 DNS. But yeah. Okay, it works. Thank you. Yeah, Zangular, like I said, you just needed to update and make sure Notice Heap was 0. Yep. Like I said, just needed to update. Yeah, I don't care about my notifications. How many do I even have? 245? That's not a huge number. Wait, someone got what? Nice. Glad it works, Tim Kanji. This repository is for 9strap payload / exploits, not for guides that direct you on how to install it. I recommend seeking help on device, Nintendo, Homebrew, Discord. Fascinating. Anything else I care about here? Probably not really. It's mostly just PGL. It's mostly just PKX stuff. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know how you remove a message from chat in on Twitch. How do you do that? Messages. Let me see this. Should be a little trash can icon next to the message. I'm not seeing it actually. Am I not a mod on my own channel? No, your link is fine, Dr. Gamester. It's Super Defease. I wonder if I like need to be on the like actual stream page instead of on the like stream manager page. Oh god, I can hear myself. It's really weird. Oh wow, that's actually really surprisingly low latency. Yeah, no, I don't see a trash can thing. Oh well. Settings, show moderation actions. It says that moderation actions are available. So, I don't know, man. Oh well. I don't know how to do it. If there was someone here who was a mod who knew how to do it, we should take care of that, but there isn't, so, you know, whatever. If anyone else posted appropriate links, I will, like, time you out or ban you or whatever. Don't do that. Don't link to copyrighted material in my chat, please. Well, it's optional. You can time out the person. Yeah, I thought about doing that, but I don't want to time out the guy. Yeah. Oh, you know who I am going to time out? There you go. Okay, I think the ADubs is untimeouted now. Very funny. Nice, we did it. Okay, we're gonna hit 7 hours in like a minute. This has been fun. This has been a lot of fun. You know, I really enjoyed this. Ooh, new issue. Oh no, there's not actually a new issue. But I think in the absence of people reporting issues and, you know, people basically just saying, yeah, this works, really glad we got this done. It's been fun streaming all of my work this week. Yeah. Anything else we would like to talk about before I call it and get some sleep? I vape. Fuck astronomers. I vape. We get to do the binding bicycles at some point? Maybe. I'll think about it. Your favorite house in Three Houses? The Eagles. Although the best male character in Three Houses is Sylvain, and the best female character in Three Houses is Lysithea. But overall, I like the Eagles the most. I was saying, there's no changes there. It's all the same. Like, I haven't changed anything about how Ramafest works. Yeah, no, he's really great. Okay. Good night, everyone. I will try to stream again soon, if only because if I stream a couple more times this month, I get Twitch affiliate, which is a meme. This is the closest I've ever been to streaming 7 times in a month. What a fucking meme. Night, people.